Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. As we await the first submissions that are going to come in and populate the queue, let's take a look at a level from January by Frank88 entitled Bonsai Bill Barrage. Bonsai. Okay, that's a barrage. Looks like there's no way to go but through, and that is going to be a wild start. No, actually, just a slightly low ceiling that we just need to account for on our way over. Okay, looks like it'll just be hanging a bit left and recentering our position on the second bonsai, and everything shall be well. Interestingly enough, it is an entirely player-controlled camera, so the spawning distances will depend, of course, on our progress in the level, and I did in fact manage to hit that as it was just flying off screen, which is convenient. Fairly generous timings as long as you are paying attention. But as I was saying before, the spawning times on the bonsais are going to depend on the player's camera position, so there is a strong incentive to not dawdle for too long in case some things come out of the proper, or at least optimal, synchronization. Everything is timed in such a fashion that you do need to be fairly brisk. Maybe not that brisk. That's okay, we'll just give this another go. Actually, might be going a little bit early on some of those. Fairly generous hitbox on that lower one at least. I did think I was going to clip it on the side, and luckily that was not quite the case. Whoops. Off center a little bit as I hit the upper switch. That's the kind of mistake that shouldn't be too difficult to fix, but Hyperion Smokestack, welcome. Hyperion Smokestack, I did see that you are making something again, so you are welcome to add that to the queue if you're able to stay today. You are, I think, the first one here today, so list is wide open. And in any case, whether you plan to submit or not, thank you for joining me. And I hope you are having a good weekend, which I guess most places is a long weekend. So, thank you for that addition, Hyperion Smokestack, as well as Art Pop Rain. Art Pop Rain, good to see you again. And thank you once again for the gift sub to Zach Fection when I came in with the raid yesterday, I believe. And a bit of a departure from your usual, so it's not going to be a Koopaling boss rush. But perhaps it will still have the trademark smokestack entry area. But we'll see soon enough. When we get to that level, maybe it's going to be a complete change of pace, given that it has been many months since I last played anything from either of you, I think. But in the meantime, we'll just try to get through the warm-up level here. So this is by Frank88, who is a very popular Dutch maker that I've not really played before, and I was kind of curious about his work, given that a lot of it is tuned for the sort of medium super expert range. Not nearly Psycho, not nearly Kaizo rather, but you know, kind of close to what you would ordinarily get out of tougher traditional platforming. Notice that there is a state toggle of the on-off switch if you are resuming from the checkpoint, so it looks like there might be some kind of bonus, perhaps, for starting without checkpoint. And thank you, Art Pop Rain, for the cheers. And yes, I will pull up your super world when I pull you up into the queue. Okay. Timing so far seemed fine, except I was a little bit slow on that one. So yeah, it looks like I will be gated off from something. We have not seen any on-off mechanisms so far in this subworld past checkpoint 1. But clearly something will be rendered inaccessible. Don't know what this is about. Ah, that's curious. I didn't think I was going that slowly. But it seemed like we were missing something there. In that I was not getting nearly the height that was required. I see. I didn't go high enough to spawn the second one. Okay. Going to be a bit of a chase here as we try not to get squeezed by the camera. And down we go. What's this all about? Okay, no, that was just a bit of a survival sequence back to where we were before. Never mind, actually. On-off switch is just going to be back the way it was. There's no game audio. Okay, that's exactly why we run the test level in advance, just so we can see if we trip some of the issues that we have with audio sometimes when my streaming CPU decides to get a little bit hot. So thank you for telling me about that. That's why we try to sort out these issues before we get into the viewer queue. So one moment while I give it a fix up, and we'll be right back. It is a long-term problem with this stream, unfortunately, and it's not something that is easy to fix without buying new equipment. But that's okay, we'll get right back into it, and at this time we kind of know how fixing it's going to go. Happy time all the time. Good to see you back here, and thank you for your latest addition to the queue. Looking forward to something good after the previous submissions that we saw from you in March. And down we go. And down we go once again. Okay, pretty clear and readable. We just need to hit this twice and then beat the bonsai gate that is closing up about... Okay, I was a little late on spawning that, I think. I feel like I was supposed to go a bit earlier to give myself more headroom as that bonsai comes in from the right. Meng, Supernova is holding you hostage. Well, that's alright. If you need me to come in with a prisoner exchange, we can do that some other time, but in the meantime, thank you for the lurk, and enjoy Supernova's playthroughs. I'm sure he'll appreciate more naked pipes today. Okay. And in we go. Very nearly got squeezed there, but it looks like we had just enough of a margin to work with. And up we go to the top of the flag. So happy time all the time. Thank you for Afterlife Temple. We hope to get to that soon. And let's get into the queue. Choose Solo, welcome back. Yeah, we're just getting started. Queue is going to remain open for quite a while. I did manage to get ahead of my usual opening time today, and we might as well make use of that. So let's begin with Hyperion Smokestack. Queue is not nearly closed, we just started. The queue should be open for even longer than usual today, because of the slightly early start time where we managed to get in here about half an hour ahead of schedule, so... I do try to start ahead of schedule with viewer levels whenever I can, it just doesn't always happen. This one was a rush job, but you like it. Okay, so we will infiltrate Bowser Jr.'s armada and watch out for explosions. Very recent creation, just from a few days ago. Only one clear so far, but it is a 3-minute clear. Ucello, thank you for piranhas out in the wild, in their natural habitat. Here's a Bowser Jr. in his natural habitat, apparently. And yeah, we're going to head up here aboard the ship, pop this before Auto-Scroll decides to have a word with us. and on we go. Okay. I kind of like the touch of having the bullet blasters on top of the rocky wrenches. It's like a very mild evolution in tactics from what they were previously doing in Super Mario 3 and all the airship variations that have come since. That pipe looks like it's exit only. So we will not be doing anything there. Let's watch out for the bomb and wrench. And Chu Solo, you haven't made a level in so long, but that's okay. I mean, until last month, I hadn't streamed in so long either. I also haven't published a level in ages and ages. I do have some things in the works, but they might be a ways off yet, since I'm apparently spending all of my time with this game just playtesting. Anyway, yeah, very easy for these rocky wrenches to catch you off guard because the bullet locations just look very naturally like the blasters are just going to sit there as they normally do, and so definitely something you have to watch out for and something you have to anticipate with just about every blaster. It looks very suspicious, for instance, that this one is not on top of a rocky wrench. Like that one is out to trick you. Breaker Tech, welcome. Thank you for the submission of Yoshi's Spike-tacular run. I'm sure it will be a spectacular experience. Down we go. And let's not get bombed. Oh, okay. The wrenches really do camouflage themselves quite well amidst all of the other projectiles that are coming in and tearing us to pieces. But that's okay, we'll just have to watch out for that. It's very easy to just lose sight of them when you're dodging everything else that is in that highly visible coat of black paint. Not even paint, but just a sort of natural metallic sheen of wherever these munitions on Bowser Jr.'s airship are being forged. We'll just ride the Cloud, I guess. The Cloud is going to be screen locked anyway, but relative to the auto-scroll, it is going to come out a little bit. I'm generally pretty familiar with some of the Cloud movement logic, but not so much in auto-scroll. In static screens, when the left and right boundaries are just remaining in place, the Cloud movements are actually surprisingly predictable. But when the screen is in motion, the Cloud tends to have a bit of a slingshot movement that, you know, tugs it to a certain number of squares relative to a previous camera position. So there is a systematic way in which the clouds tend to move and behave, but when you are in the middle of playing a level, it is actually very difficult to keep that under control, rather than just seeing the clouds as a source of utter chaos. So we'll just ride it out until it decides to go left once again, and yeah, it's going to trail me a little bit here. Very lucky to dodge that bomb, only to get hit by it once again. It's not really even cheese, given that the Cloud will take you off screen to compensate for the way that the camera is moving to the right. I think it partly depends on where you get on the Cloud, though. Usually when the screen is not moving, the clouds have a bit of a leash range that winds up having this equilibrium that works within a certain boundary within the screen boundary, I should say. It's a little bit difficult to describe verbally without a diagram of some sort. When the camera is in motion, though, you can see that it sort of tugs back and forth. Standing on top of it at least prevents additional bombs from spawning, which is something potentially helpful. Let's not get wrenched. Spawning behind down there, of course, does nothing useful. Let's dodge the wrenches. Let's dodge the wrenches. Those things go a long way. Fire flower, that'll be useful. I mean, not for killing anything, but it'll be useful for creating a 1-point hit buffer. And okay, just going to knock these technicians out. Whoa, a little bit close to the bonsai spawn there. It was a bit difficult to see coming. But of course, I was also hugging the right side of the auto-scroll, which is perhaps not a good idea. Wow. Barely missed by that. Let's go down. I would ordinarily wait to see if there's a power-up even further to the right, but at that point I think survival is the priority. So, let's get in. And, okay, bombs everywhere. Yeah, lowering Junior isn't a terrible idea. We can potentially just have him fall in the pit. He won't, of course, by himself. He'll just sort of stay on a platform within a safety zone. But yeah, I guess this is going to be a flower followed by the swamps gradually narrowing the arena, so there's a little bit of additional pressure as you do this fight. And yeah, getting above a Junior is certainly going to help, so long as you're able to do that. And there you go. We got through it, but that was still a pretty engaging fight, I think, so... One up and go. Taldir, welcome. Whoops. Taldir, you are not late. I started ahead of schedule today. I started about half an hour ahead of my usual start time. And that's simply to make a little bit more room for submissions. So thank you for that, Hyperion. Hope that was a useful playtest. And let's mark that as a win and hit next. Taldir, I am doing great. Glad to see so many people come in already at the beginning of the stream. So Art Pop Rain. Let's take a look at RVD5J8. You might want to check in just in case, but I think you're still here. EYG. Took you a while to clear check that? Well, that's okay. I mean, actually, that's a sort of interesting inversion of the usual experience where very often things are much easier for makers that have practiced against each individual element. Artpop Rain, do you want to check into chat very quickly, and then we will get into your super world as requested. And yeah, Hyperion, Junior is a fight that's, I mean, it's chaotic enough that I don't know if I could do it that efficiently every time. Definitely I was getting hit quite hard along the way, so. Artpop Rain, I think, is still lurking, but if we don't have a check-in, I'm just going to bump you back one spot. That's my usual policy in case people are briefly AFK. And then we'll just pull up Happy Time first. So, because this is a Super World submission, so it might... well, it wouldn't be long, but I'd want to get into something else first quickly. So, let's pull up Happy Time all the time, if you would like to check in, and we'll just bump Artpop Rain back one spot. Happy Time all the time. If you would like to check in some of the time. Oh, Artpop Rain, you are here, okay. No, that's okay, Artpop. Let's, we hadn't started yet, so that's okay. That's why I have a kind of AFK hedging policy of not removing you until second call. I knew you were probably here, but I know that, you know, brief distractions happen, and that sometimes mobile might be a little behind, or people just have to step over to the lavatory for a second. So, no worries about that. Sorry for the false alarm, Happy Time, but thank you for checking in anyway. And we'll get right into it. So, usual world policy is that I will treat at least the first level as a standard submission. And after that, if we're going through the world briskly, I'll pile on as many levels as I can within the first 15 minutes. And that way we can give a reasonable amount of time for worlds of varying lengths and difficulties. And Terminator, thank you for submitting 8 Boss Circuit. Which sounds very promising in its own right. Thank you for the follow. And yeah, Koopa's going to push the shell. We had a level the other day where we were playing around with the Koopa shell spawning logic, where, so, you know, you kick the Koopa out, and of course it naturally chases its own shell and follows that position. It turns out that if you spawn a couple of different Koopas from the same pipe, you know, by kicking them and taking their shell, you can actually drag multiple Koopas at once with one shell, and it's a really fascinating interaction that I've not seen anybody really take advantage of yet. Anyway, going to be a nice little traditional introduction. It's kind of interesting how much this does feel like the SMB3 style secret in the earliest stages, when you first have access to the Snoopy Leaf. I guess this is just there to get you back out if the donut block does in fact come out and trap you. Okay. Whoops. That was unwise. Might as well check the pipe. Well, let's let this Piranha issue a retraction first, and we'll check the bees. Okay. Bullet coming. And TLSEHD, or GN, as I think is usually the shorthand for your name. Thank you for coming in and for the submission. And hopefully you're able to stay to get played. But I know the queue is already filling up quite a bit. So yeah, a little bit stop and go on some of those segments there. I mean, that's just the nature of the thing, but very often I think when people see elements like that, it's very tempting to just find some kind of speed timing that works instead. Up we go, and down. So the interesting thing so far is that even though we had access to the cat suit as something optional earlier, I actually don't see any place to really make use of it. So maybe that was just there mostly to, you know, give you a bit more movement and also give you an extra hit buffer. Okay, we're still very early on in this world submission. And thank you, Colin D, earlier for the submission of free content as well. I forgot to acknowledge that. Okay, let's continue. And at this pace, maybe we will be able to get all of World 1 out of the way. So 1-2 started getting, which is an interesting inversion of expectations. So yeah, it's going to be straight into the desert. Sort of interesting that there is this traditional challenge here. I mean, 3 coins each isn't really that much, but I guess the sparsity of coins otherwise makes that a little more valuable. And of course I say that just as I coast in here to a rather larger treasure hoard. And yeah, let's just wait this guy out. Play it as safe as possible. Okay. Nope, didn't think that he was going to aim so accurately. That's okay. I made it out, and power-ups are going to be quite generous. Love how that went exactly as expected. It's always nice to just follow intuitive Nintendo logic and have everything work out. There's a lot of stuff to hit, actually, so let's just drop this. Oh, wall jump location up top. Let's check this using the second propeller shot. And it's going to be a bonus room. Okay, great. I mean, pretty generous bank of 60 lives to start, but certainly don't mind piling in a few more while we're at it. Here's an issue. When you go through that, no more P-block. So yeah, that was maybe an oops. Goodbye, cruel world. Yeah, I mean, if you don't mind ejecting people who are already partway through the world, I think that kind of thing is sort of worth a fix. Some minor things are not worth a fix. That sort of thing is something that I think people are likely to run into because it feels like they are getting punished for a secret. But that's okay. That's why I poke around and do things like that, because you know, often it feels like that's just going to be an edge case that not a lot of people are going to run into, and of course, we all know the experience as level submitters of having a streamer show that off to everybody right away, the first time they see that segment. Yeah, I'm only the second person out of about 15 to do that. That is kind of what I do, though. I mean, it's funny because I was sort of joking when I set today's stream title to Viewer Levels, where we hunt for Easter eggs and find soft locks. And look at that. That was exactly as I called it. That turned out to be frightfully accurate. That's okay. It just means I know myself. Okay. Whoops. Surprisingly tricky bounce off the twister there, but I'm sure I can fix that. Yeah, I know it's kind of painful when, you know, you have people who are already playing your world, and especially when something is so early in the entire creation. And of course, at least it's one thing that's very easily fixable by just taking the death right away. I think people will just sort of intuitively think, okay, that's unfortunate. It's not run ending or anything, but just a bit of a minor nuisance. But yeah, you'll find that it's just sort of my playstyle to be poking around and often uncovering stuff like that. So. Okay, through we go. And that's the flag. I never found a secret room in the airship. Oh, that's a good point, Hyperion. I didn't think about that because I did see that exit pipe, Hyperion, earlier that was coming out of the airship. And I had paid attention to it as a clue and just forgot about it by the end of the level. Out of principle, Art Pop, I'm going to hold off on the like. But, you know, we know the issue there, and it's a pretty competent world otherwise that I am enjoying, so. We'll continue a little bit further since we are very early this submission. What's the matter with you? And here we go. And Terminator, the order is next and sub-next, but without too many repetitions for subs who have already been played. So once I get through subs at least once, I will kind of hold off on that, just so we're not repeating back to the same people. Once we have more subs, that policy will probably change. But Terminator, you will probably be next then, so apologies to Happy Time once again for the false alarm earlier, because I guess you will be 2 spots back now. But yeah, Terminator, looking forward to your conception of a boss rush, which, given some of your difficulty tuning for me sometimes, I'm sure is going to be a thrill. But look at all those arrows that are making sure that you don't forget to look at the checkpoint, which We, of course, very nearly did, and this red wiggler here is kind of fussing around behind us saying, take the checkpoint, take the checkpoint. And we did. So, let's, of course, go for the 30 coin. I think if you're going to play traditional worlds, you may as well take advantage of the fact that traditional design has conventionally been very much about having the flexibility to do a bit of bonus hunting for coins every now and then. I think that's more critical to the traditional Mario flavor than is commonly recognized. And also much more a factor in how difficulty tuning tends to work in Nintendo's own games, and people tend to acknowledge. Of course, we're going to check up here for soft locks. And here we are. Okay, let's not get hit by these guys because that would be embarrassing. But hey, they're just going to shower us in more stuff, and look at that life count up there. Nice. Not for long, though. And back down we go. And, of course, I'm just going to miss the flag.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Okay, we might have time for maybe one or two more. In this one, we should be able to get through World 1, perhaps, if the difficulty tuning remains as is. It's pretty peaceful to watch water levels, says Choose Solo, but you're pretty sure when you play Mario you aren't really looking for a peaceful level? I don't know about that. I think sometimes it's nice to have something that's a little more of a change of pace, I guess. Something a little more patient that still gives you interesting material to engage with. I don't mind water levels as a concept. I think a lot of people just kind of have this blanket hatred of water levels because you have so little control over speed and don't really get to engage in that much combat. But I think in some ways people are kind of afraid of water level design and how to think about doing it in a way that is sort of effective. And it might, of course, be that people struggled with the water levels quite a lot, even all the way back in SMB1, as I was recently very vividly reminded, in fact, just by playing SMB 35 and seeing what a roadblock levels like 7-2 were for people from time to time. I wasn't watching that hitbox very carefully as the Muncher just decides to come back down a little bit. Also very appropriate pacing-wise to have 1-4 be this kind of falling platform sky level. That's a very Nintendo-like thing to do. In terms of the arrangement of level styles so far, where we have seen, you know, overground, we've seen water, we've seen falling platforms. I guess 1-2 in this case wasn't really an underground thing, it was a desert level, but otherwise it's the kind of variety that you do expect from the most traditional formats. And Mang, thank you for warning me about the rather suspicious imposter. So those of you who don't know, and I'll hopefully get this message in before this actually happens, there has been a bit of tomfoolery going on lately with a certain guest of honor who is now in our chat. And yeah, certainly hope our mysterious guest of honor is doing well and that he has been up to all kinds of productive engagement with the community. That is, you know, not at all meant to be a satire of the Mario Maker streaming and making environment, so. Anyway, for those of you who don't know the solution already, You're free to guess who is actually operating that account while I am streaming at the same time. I will confirm that it is in fact not me because my hands are a little bit busy. I was able to guess it, actually, without being told, and I was able to guess it very quickly. But I also spend way too much time on Mario Maker's Witch, and many of you may not have that benefit. There is no prize, unfortunately. I should maybe come up with one. And Loop and Snoop, you are disqualified from guessing for the rather obvious reason that you know the solution. That was a bad idea. Oh, that's okay, we got it. I don't know why I was playing around with that. I guess I wanted to check the top left. Okay. Up goes the fire. And yeah, so Loop and Snoop, hope you are doing well on your end of things as well. And that you've been showing your viewers all kinds of excellent principles of quality level design. You know, just giving everybody the proper guidance if they eventually want to work their way towards contributions to various community projects and other delights. You're very surprised I didn't die once there. Didn't die once where? I seem to have died several times in this level already, so maybe there was a particular location that just looked a bit threatening. Okay, this guy won't do much. Of course we're going to check up here. Okay. Nothing much, but here is the warp block. And okay, we'll snake our way over. With timing that just turned out to be very convenient for blocking the Podoboos. That will not always be the case, depending on when we do, in fact, land on the snake block. And here we go. So, Loop, I take it then that it was garbage day today. Oh, might as well get it out of your system. Or at least some of it. I'm sure there's more where that came from. I have not checked into the Loop Garbo account for some time. Although, of course, we did used to take a few submissions from there as well. And Glitch, welcome. Glitch, glad you could make it in. We had a slightly early start today, but the queue has filled up pretty quickly. So hopefully you're able to stay. And Loop doesn't have time to submit a level today, that's fine. I mean, you spent all your time waiting for level submissions. How on earth would you operate your various alternate accounts? Wherever they may be. One of them puts you in a soft lock where it is extremely difficult to pause and leave. Yeah, I feel like I've seen that. Something like that. Probably over on... I want to say Orator's channel or something, because like that's the kind of stuff he gets from his viewers, but... I'm trying to remember when I would have seen that, actually, in terms of how I saw it executed in Maker 2 previously. But I'm sure that's an interesting technical proof of concept on your end, however you've decided to do it. Why did I think I could spin jump here? That is not the case. Oops. Yeah. I guess this segment is a little dependent on the snake block activation, but not so dependent that it's going to make a huge difference. Just needs slightly better technique on my part. In some ways, this is actually kind of a noticeable difficulty spike from the previous levels in this series. Not particularly difficult in its own right, just a bit of a spike. Nope.
Oh no!
Bad idea. Should have just followed the arrow down, really. Apparently Paxman had an idea for how to make the super soft lock. Yeah, Paxman can come up with some pretty interesting stuff. Sometimes. I don't know that he necessarily has the character to actually inflict them on people, but he certainly does the research. You know, just to be diligent, like a white hat hacker. Which I think a lot of the glitch hunters are. Paxman, not so much of a glitch hunter necessarily, but he does play around with some pretty interesting concepts from time to time. You don't know why everybody ignores that arrow? Well, I don't know if I can speak for any other players. I know that I just naturally don't really obey markers. And that when I see markers, usually the first thing I think is, let's disobey the marker and maybe we'll find the secret. And that's just how I play. Okay. Taking a box with me is going to do absolutely nothing because we've got an ample supply of crates. Looks like we should probably just decide which direction to go in. Yeah, the idea, I guess, is to eventually kill the bully by tearing down a wall, like Mr. Gorbachev, and just letting the bully get all the way to the left. It is a flying bully, we have to take that into account. Yeah, I guess relative to the arrangement in the world, it is a bit of a weird difficulty spike, but the level itself is a pretty good concept. And let's not do something silly like ground stomp all the way down.
Oh no!
Looks like it is kind of a symmetrical layout where we could lead the bully down on either side. And here we go. I mean, you can always just sort of hard reset the game and the switch. Or the sort of soft lock mechanism you're describing. It's very inconvenient, especially if you're way past checkpoint, but you know, at that point, if you're running into that, I think that discourages a lot of people from trying to get the clear in the first place anyway, so not really that big a difference in the end. We should just let the bully crash through the stuff instead of trying to be all fancy about it, but... Or even lead the cat bullets over. Okay. There we go. Actually very satisfying to drop it that way. You could wait out the timer, but it would take about 12 hours. Yeah, I figured that it would be something like that. That would just jam you between pipes or something and just have you be constantly in a zone loading state, perhaps. Sounds like something that might have been a Sieve concept from Maker 1, actually. Just for the sake of YouTube content. Okay. Yep, pretty inventive spin on the bully fight, actually. Didn't mind that at all. Lots of flexibility over the crates, sometimes almost too much flexibility over the player, but that worked out well enough, so thank you for that, Art Pop Brain. Let's exit the world and let's get to the next submission. And yeah, world submissions, if you continue to send this code back to us, will pretty much go the same way. Just take them chunks at a time. Terminator, let's take a look. World 1 was traditional levels, World 2 was puzzle levels. Okay, excellent. Looking forward to that. We do a lot of puzzles on this stream, as my longtime regulars know very well. And let me just catch up on some of the messages in chat that we had come in earlier. And I don't think I missed anything too critical, except for the part where Hyperion Smokestack attested to calling 69 a funny number. Which, I mean, I guess that kind of works. I don't think I missed anything else too critical, apart from some of the submissions that I didn't acknowledge. But yeah, list is just filling up, so let's get going with the 8th boss circuit. They can only be won. 5 clears so far, and it was a 6-minute clear. So we'll see how we do. I do love boss rushes around here, it's just that sometimes I don't necessarily finish them on the first pass. Okay, let's not get in there yet until we've had an opportunity to strategize. What we do not want to do is get locked here, but then luckily you have a spike. And yeah, let's just stay nice and low. Not do any high bounces until Boom Boom gets into position. We'll just take this somewhat patiently, not that patiently. And there we go. And yeah, Loop, I do say what you're saying about the relative speed of the device in terms of how many frames it's locking you out of when it comes to inputs. Not sure what exactly you have against SMB3 8-1, if it's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, where you kind of see Darkland levels proper after you get past some of the initial Armada, right? If that's my memory serving me correctly. Despite having seen all of World 8 and SMB3 with time, I always just associate it with the big black patch on the original game manual that just makes you wonder what is there. Okay, so it looks like we're supposed to take a hit repeatedly and then survive until we get the next mushroom. The issue I see with this is that it's very easy to just stay in a damaged state even if you just take a hit from a projectile, right? Oh, I see, munchers, okay. You have to drop the muncher on him. Okay, this is pretty relaxed then. Pretty simple to work with as long as you manage your invincibility frames well. Doesn't even matter if you get hit by him, actually, because then you can just remain in a damaged state and work your way through. Okay. Yeah, it looks like we were not supposed to take the mushroom here, were we? Yeah, it looks like this was not designed with the mushroom in mind, but that's okay. You take damage from it fairly quickly. And I guess you just have to wander the box until you deal with Roy that way. Okay. Didn't feel like that was terribly within my control. I guess it was based on a survival timer then. So yeah, definitely a change of pace from a lot of the Terminator levels I've seen in the past, which were much more about constant forward motion and often with no flexibility when it came to losing power-ups. This one gives you a significant buffer in terms of your margin of error. I don't know why I thought that would be safe. That was clearly a bad idea. But then the fact that this is something that's currently sitting on about 1 to 2% makes me wonder what's coming, because nothing is too tricky so far. Yeah, I guess we have to take them big mushroom, stomp on the ice, get a couple of stomps down while retaining it until we get down to the on-off switch, which will then allow me to drop down here. But I want to therefore... Well, I mean, I don't want to crush that first, I want to crush that last. So let's crush this first. Oh, it looks like we do have to go back because the Podoboo is going to come and stay up high enough to cause problems every time unless we get back onto the claw immediately. Okay. Yeah, no. taking advantage of the bounce that you get from the big mushroom is a bad idea. It's not going to position me anywhere safe. So. Yeah, so Loop, I'll have to visualize what you're describing to me a little bit later when I'm not also doing the boss fight. Good checkpoint placement for sure, given that the first few fights are not really too involved with this one. Whoops. Obviously, I can't jump down there at all until I've activated the switch. That's obvious, and something that is within my control. But yeah, kind of interesting so far. And as I was saying, good checkpoint placement just given the nature of this fight, I think, where there is a slight learning curve to it, but also one that makes you want to get back into it right away. Should have just gone for the second bounce there. And dodging around like that is going to be very fancy, but clearly not fancy enough. Also nice that because the big mushroom is tier 2, we get plenty of opportunities to take 2 points of damage on our way back and hopefully live to tell the tale. That was a bad drop. The claw was a little to the left of where I had hoped. So that was not the most elegant way to go after all that fancy dodging back and forth up to that point. And there we go. No, let's wait. Position myself carefully under the claw, and timing there is not going to be great, but yeah, it's actually kind of fun to do this as a dodging survival game and get in as many big mushroom hits on the ice as you can. Nope. Had higher expectations of the claw grab range in that particular position. And here we are. And back we go. Where the imposter account is concerned, I think you have to wait for something like a link level to come up, because then you could truly comment on the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. You're usually not a fan of power-up pipes glitch. This one works because you still have to earn your way back to the spot where you used a power-up. And you also have to kind of earn your way back to the power-up if you happen to lose it, even though being able to take 2 hits makes that relatively relaxed. Power-up pipes are not really a design problem so long as the positioning of a fight works well enough to make the player kind of do some movement. Usually the issue with power-up spam is that it gives the player license to just camp out in a position and just, trivialize any kind of real interactivity. Toadette is on the battle, or will be on the next attempt. Thank you for that request. I will mark that as redeemed when I can. That's... oh. Let's just let that drop. So yeah, I don't mind this power-up pipe at all. It's actually a really nice change of pace if you know how a lot of Terminators other levels typically go, where they often have a very stiff requirement to never lose a power-up at all. Okay. And yeah, I know that infinite power-ups obviously have a bad reputation with the kind of setups that Loop is describing, for instance, where they are just an excuse to camp somewhere and never actually take any damage. But in this case, no, you do still have to exhibit a bit of skill. So, absolutely no complaints about this, and of course there's always that little bit of a risk factor of falling down before the proper sequence of the interaction has been completed. So, and of course Ludwig's projectiles are never quite as threatening as they look in terms of hitboxes. You can also use the second claw to lead his next shot a little bit. That's something that's useful information, I think, that you can sway on the claws a little bit, and you can also do that a little better, first of all. You can also, yeah, sway on the claws, also jump around the same claws. There's a lot you can do, additionally, to make this easier on yourself, and we are, of course, doing none of it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, no problem to get 2 hits in if you're kind of expecting to take a hit there anyway. And of course, the further down you get on that stack on the right side, the easier it is to be potentially hit by fire. And so there is this mild escalation of difficulty as you go further down towards the on-off switch. This, however, should be an easier shot to time. Whoops. And yeah, I know, Loop, that you're talking about a general case. But yeah, that's why this is sort of an exception to that, and also just a good demonstration of when having refreshing power-ups is a good idea, really, in order to keep the focus on the platforming task. Because the platforming task still needs to get done, and still needs to get multiple times through, so unless you are better than I am at hanging around on the claw on the right side without getting hit again and again. So, nice little safety location to grab the power up in the first place too. So, yeah, I should have just gone back and forth there. Whoops. Always underestimating how that range is going to go on that claw. So I guess I'm overestimating the claw, overestimating it as being on my side. And that, hoping to get a bit of a sway there and hold my position, and that did not go. And yeah, what you were saying, a glitch earlier about bonking Ludwig. Let me think about that interaction, because doesn't he... Well, you don't really have a recovery position from that. Because the bounces that you get off the big mushroom are not really going to be great, right? I mean, you can always try to bop him like that. Okay, fine. That was correct. Yeah, I would not really dare to do that with Big Mushroom, but... There we go. You still need to do this, so it's not the biggest problem. Like, it doesn't actually trivialize the platforming interaction, even if it does solve the projectile issue. He is too vulnerable, I think. It's the kind of thing where you would often expect him to have... I want to say something like a muncher on top, but at the same time, thinking about that for a moment, yeah, I guess lots of damage checks here to enforce that you are in fact going to be small. At the same time, I can see why there was an incentive not to really turn him into an accidental platform. And yeah, I don't mind having multiple strategies available by design. Whoops. Okay, here, it looks like I will just lose access to the sword. And if I lose access to the sword, then I don't get a tab to piece. Okay, I think it's a bit of a change in direction there, in that while that fight in itself is okay, I think sometimes the principle of whether you will get refreshing power-ups should actually be consistent within the same boss rush. With boss rushes, it's very easy to think of each of the fights as something that's an isolated design, and which just kind of works on its own terms. But I think this fight sort of sets the expectation that losing the power-up that is critical to the central interaction does not necessarily mean death. Like that, if you need the power-up in order to complete the fight at all, then you should actually have a second crack at it. So the fact that you don't get that for Link feels a little bit inconsistent with this fight in terms of expectations. I see what was supposed to happen there, though, in terms of the arrow shots. I don't think we really even needed that many arrow markers to tell the player what to do there. I do see what the intention of that next room is. It's just... That's, you know what? Let's bounce Ludwig again. And just clear some space. Okay. Back we go. Yeah, it's kind of too bad with all the Koopalings and with Boom Boom that they have that, and with Bowser Jr. for that matter, that as soon as you bop them on their head, they just get knocked out of position. And it creates so many issues with track setups and stacking setups in terms of making sure they still kind of exist as a 3-hit fight rather than a 1-hit fight. Okay. Interestingly enough, you know what? I want to try this. Okay, that doesn't really do much for me. I do need Morton Fire to kind of clear that out. I feel like there probably was a way to do something there. Looks like I will probably need a bit of a jump. Whoops. Gotta watch the stun lock, that's the most important thing. And yeah, it looks like the projectile does have to be dropped on top of the P, and that's the issue. Fortunately, yeah, no way out here. And, no, Taldira, I did see it in the queue, I just, the chat was moving a little too fast for me to acknowledge it. I do know that you got something in the queue. If you're talking about this queue now. The chat was moving a bit quicker than is usual for this stream, so I couldn't quite call out the name of every submission as I usually try to do. You know what? We don't need to be big to show Ludwig who's boss. Okay. Whoops. And yeah, Glitch, sorry you can't stay for that code. We really do have to catch up on that submission from you eventually. I know that last night we were... It's kind of one spot too late for you as well. And yeah, no worries, Lou. Thanks for dropping by. Both of you. Both aspects, both personas. Okay. Let's bop Ludwig when he's on a high position. Ludovico. And yeah, Glitch, it's fine. Don't worry about that. Whoops. Don't know why I was hedging on that jump. And Rammers, didn't see you come in. Thank you for your submission of no jump and no run hammer tap. Yeah, sorry if I'm not acknowledging everything on schedule today. When it comes to people submitting in the queue. Just kind of keeping my eyes on this. Let's just let Ludwig come up. No. Bad timing on the track. But yeah, we'll see how we do. I think the relative ease of the first segment before checkpoint 1 made me let my guard down when it came to some of the later boss designs. Unstacking that by 1 makes it easier to get off Ludwig if we stop him, though. Should still try to survive with Big Mushroom to get at least 1 hit on the ice column. because otherwise a bounce off Ludwig may not be safe, as we saw earlier. Whoops. Terrible control over my claw momentum. Okay. And Mr. Laser with a party of 11. Let me stop and acknowledge you. Mr. Laser, it's been a while, and it's good to see you with a raid and to you bring everybody over with your party. I hope that people who were viewing Mr. Laser's viewer level stream or whatever maker stream it was over there on that end got their appropriate portion of poetry readings today as well. I do know that that is a service that he also provides. So, welcome everybody. We are fairly early on in this session, and so the queue is open but filling up. So we'll be here for a while, I hope. But yeah, hopefully the levels were fine on your side today. And yeah, I have been on a lot more often lately after having to take a couple months off, but we kind of got back onto a pretty full schedule starting in March. And we've been doing viewer levels on a regular basis, both in this time slot and the same time slot one day earlier. So the kind of Friday to Saturday overnight if you are in NA, or the Saturday to Sunday overnight. And the equivalent mornings for those of you in EU who are busy getting dressed for Easter service. Whoops. Okay. Very poorly planned escape. Levels were great, and you had to pass on a tough one that you were close to getting. Yeah, that's very nice to hear. We've had a great run of viewer levels here lately as well. I'm always very happy with the quality of submissions over here, so it's kind of good to know that you've been getting a good share of that as well. So yeah, I haven't dropped by yours in a long time myself, just from schedules not lining up, but I will definitely have to try to catch you once again. Okay, finally. Let's get over to the Link fight. And after we pop this guy first. And we'll pop down here. Okay. Kind of want to just try some bomb drops in case they hit something, but doubtful. Ah, okay, so there is an extra Master Sword, and I was just maybe grabbing it too early in previous attempts. I didn't even notice that there was that second Master Sword for some reason, in spite of how critical it was to keep the swords alive. Okay. Most important thing is to dodge the stun lock. Nothing takes higher priority than that, he says as he gets hit by the stun lock. That's okay. If we stand back far enough to stun lock, doesn't matter quite as much, but it is difficult to get the arrow on top of the P rather than just below. We'll have to find an appropriate timing here. Oh, wait. Nope. There we go. Arrow escape. There is a pattern, at least, to how he's behaving, and it's kind of interesting that the arrow shot location is placed at exactly where the safety distance ends between the stun lock and lower fireball, according to this pattern, so that's actually very delicately placed to encourage you to take just enough of a risk. It does seem like the location for the arrow shot, though, is a little bit tight, but there we go. Having two P-switches there available for that single interaction, though, means that we'll get through here decently. Oh, whoops, got squished. I know that the idea there is that I'm supposed to get on top of the Munchers and retain the star and retain the invincibility state for long enough that the Munchers eventually stack up to the point that we can get on top of the cloud. Very interesting idea, is just that the squish from the Munchers is a particularly unfortunate way to lose in that moment, so. Second Master Sword is your second try. Ah, I see. So there is some dependency on the on-off state, perhaps? Or... oh, no, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I hadn't noticed that previously. And yeah, Loco Coffee, too bad you can't stay. Hopefully we will see your submission again some other time. And Mr. Laser, you have a good night, have a good sleep, and wishing you many good viewer levels to come. And thank you once again for the raid. Okay. And, oh, whoops, up there. And, yeah, just gotta prepare the shot, actually, before I even get into that location. And there we are. Not too bad. Could have gone a lot worse. Okay, star number 1. We don't want to grab the additional stars until I've had a chance to get some munchers stacked up. Great. Great idea, really. It's too bad about that squish. Oh, except we have to retain a star for quite a lot longer. Okay, just in time. Well, it's going to be a heart-pounding transitional segment in the middle of nowhere that takes me to Checkpoint 2 and Bowser, who's going to drop a shell on me right away. A shell that is usable. Luckily, we do have plenty of mushroom refreshes to go around, but there is going to be a timer on this, I think, where eventually, if we take too long on this fight, fire is going to come down. No, actually, with an activation of an on-off switch, that's going to change some of the track segments. That puts this fight on a timer because the fire is going to come down and drop Bowser down below, but then I need to live. Somehow. And I kind of get the sense that I'm gauging distance here and trying to determine if I could be standing on top of the axe. I don't think so. You know, in terms of this sort of suspiciously open location here, which, depending on the semi-solid stacking, might just be a safety platform for me if fire does come down. Okay. Yeah, so the idea is that I need to sneak the shells past Bowser to open the way to the on-off switch, and later hit the on-off switch. I can just hit Bowser, because that seems to give me access to the key door, so it looks like there are potentially 2 exits here. Oh, no. The marker up there is saying do not hit the on-off switch. It's saying do not hit the on-off switch because if you miss Bowser twice, then the fire comes down and you die. Yeah, that is a failed condition, yes. I didn't read that accurately, but yeah, Glitch, you did call that correctly. Okay, too busy reading chat, not watching the shells. Mail64, hello and welcome back. Hope the building is going well. Yeah, looks like it is a failed condition, so let's just be extra careful about stuff like that. Let the mushroom coming back, perhaps. So as long as we just don't hit Bowser when he jumps, we're fine. You're just allowed 3 misses. And of course, right after he jumps, he won't jump again for a bit, so right after he jumps is the ideal time to pop the shell forward. So if we understand that, we're fine, I think. Because the mushrooms will stay alive in the meantime. He does take a fair bit of punishment. And yeah, that's going to be 1 miss, but at least the shell deflects and hits him at the end of that. That's going to be 2, okay. Getting a little bit risky. Alright, let's not be... Oh, nope, that's going to be death. That's going to be death. We'll just have to sit here and take it, yeah. So Bowser does drop the key, but unfortunately we also lose access to the key door. So. And yeah, Mail64, you are not late. We did fill up the queue fairly quickly because I started early, thinking that maybe it would give more people a chance. Instead, what it has done is just created a even more difficult queue for people who come in at the usual time. So maybe that was not the intended design, but it does potentially mean I can run this session a little bit longer than I usually do, though, so hopefully we can get through as many of you as we can before you all have to leave for whatever reason, so. And just so people know, I usually run at least about 4 hours or so. Usually we have queue closing, at around what would today be about a 2.5-hour mark of the stream, so we've got some time yet. It's just that the queue is maybe lengthier than usual, and I appreciate, of course, the viewership from everybody, and once again we're going to die. Yeah, so given the timing from the shells, I do want to stop the shells as often as possible instead of letting them go forward to hit Bowser with their own timing, because I want to control the timing at all costs. That was bad. 2 hits, but I did that poorly. Let him jump first, and then we kick. Jump first, and then we kick, but that was poor positioning. Now, the level that say this was an 8 boss rush, I don't think we're on boss number 8 yet. I think we have more to come after this. So this could take a little bit longer. Okay. Nope, bad idea. Okay. There we go. Nope. Actually made that timing worse. So no more chances. But as long as we tap the shell right after Bowser decides to go, I should be fine. Oh, that's going to be terrible. Not as bad as I feared, but still bad. It's okay. He just takes a lot of punishment. And... ooh, okay, nope. Go, 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 go. There we go. Okay, I had actually hit the switch, but... yeah, let's just get over him. And we're done. Good Bowser fight, actually. I do like it. I think it's just the right amount of tension. I think there's a natural obstacle when it comes to designing those things just because he has just a massive hit point pool. But it's the kind of thing where the shells can just go for it and hit Bowser in their own right. But you have an incentive to control the timing because of the way that the failure condition actually works. It's a very unique kind of failure condition, actually. Because it's not like it's difficult to hit Bowser if you are controlling the shells yourself, but sometimes chaos is just going to happen, so... yeah, good checkpointing on this one, too. The only thing I found iffy about it was just the failure on the Link fight, but that's because I ignored the second Master Sword on the track, and so that was partly my fault. Thank you for all the GGs. We're having a very active day today. And Terminator, let me mark yours as a win first, please, and then we'll go next. Happy time all the time. If you wouldn't mind checking in once more, I know that we had a bit of a false alarm earlier. And let me just catch up a little bit in chat in the meantime. I think I caught most things that happened, except for Hyperion Smokestack having the Cadbury chocolates, which... well, I mean, life is like a box of Cadbury chocolates, right? You know exactly what you're going to get. Cadbury chocolates. And just going back up to what Loop was saying about on stacking methods earlier, I think I did see roughly what was going on with all the submissions along the way, though. Anyway, Happy Time is indeed present, so we should get in here. Look at Afterlife Temple. Difficult to see you in this light. The Triforce, of course, sort of indicates to us that Link is expected. The description seems to indicate that we are in for, well, one of two things. Darkness or heaven? And it's going to be heaven. At least so far. Oh, look at this. Very thematically appropriate as an Easter submission. As we look at these structures that are around this central Theodore location, which we'll eventually have to loop back to, I think. We have to descend into the crypts, into the catacombs. No, that's just a sword. Okay, never mind. We actually just need to kill the Goomba then. Oh, I see what we're doing. We're releasing the Goomba from the cross. This is very thematically appropriate. And it looks like here we'll just have to shoot the POW. And then it looks like if we are in a damaged state, we can actually go through this door. I don't know why we would do that, but we can try that because the sword is here anyway. Ah, okay. The Muncher does not actually go low enough. I'm going to try it once more anyway, just to see. But yeah, it is spaced in such a way that it doesn't do that. It looks like perhaps the spawning position of the Koopa and Munchers, in fact, might block the door? No, maybe not. That's okay. Let's check whatever else is going on. These might be reset doors, or they might be portals to somewhere else. I guess we'll check that just in case. Door number 1. Nope, just a reset. Oh, I see. Because if you shoot the POW, you lose the platform. But then you shoot the POW from up here, and yeah, I see why you need a reset. And we see a checkpoint over there that eventually is going to take you back to the front entrance, I think. For some reason, I thought I heard a sound effect that would be relevant here. Thinking about that P-switch, yeah, I can't really interact with it here. Thinking about this door as well, whether we can have an object drop. You know what? Okay, the idea is that I should shoot the Koopa and have the POW as a platform. That allows me to enter that door. So I was completely misreading that. There we go. That takes me over here. And we'll just pop some gooms. And let's see what this does, if anything. No, it didn't think so. But I thought I would just do some target practice. Bomb on top of that Muncher, and a track beside it seems like something might activate. So for example, if you had something like a mole under the Muncher, just thinking about that, because the implication seems to be that the bomb should come up somehow, be lifted by something on the track, for instance. Where, for example, if you have a platform fall on the track comes up, lifts the bomb, or lifts the Muncher, crushes the bomb, opens up the pipe. What's going on up here? Yep, there we go. Just as predicted. And what does that give me? It gives me a boot. Whoops. So much for the sword. I believe I should have a sword refresh somewhere here so I can tap that block. Let me just check. Ah, yeah, there we go. Master Sword. And that's how we grab that. And back here we go. No, we need a tap. Okay, key. No, I don't know why I did that. That was a bad idea. And now backtrack. And go somewhere else. Yeah, it looks like we will not be able to keep this. But we will have a key door for the top left. When we go over to POW as a platform, nice to have this dual use of the POW. And this is the interaction we saw earlier, which is why the POW, when destroyed, gives you a ding-dong. Down we go, and this is going to be something new. Okay, Night Castle. Looks like this is the Dark World. And we know because everything is inverted, including these cross structures that are now pointing into the abyss. A coin will be accessible with a POW. POW will be accessible when we drop some of the munchers here. Or perhaps tap this guy. Here we go. Yep. POW. It's just gonna wreck everything. That's gonna be coin 1. We're past checkpoint, we have about 100 seconds, and we might have to be fairly brisk about this to do the coin collection in its entirety. Looks like... I kind of feel like if we do a shield bump at the bottom of the stack, whoops. I mean, maybe that's supposed to be a POW activation, but I feel like a shield bump at the bottom of the stack might do something interesting. Okay. Whoops. That was not how it was supposed to go. Let's grab a sword. Sword, please. Go. Because let's see if I understand the unstacking logic. Oh, I guess we're underwater, though. Not sure if that makes a difference, but I am sitting on that lower level. Let me think about that, because we do know how the POW interaction here is going to go. Anyway, get rid of all that stuff. Interestingly enough, this spring did not get trapped up in the top position that time. But I'll have to think about this. Looks like an arrow shot might actually go through the boos just fine, in fact. Missing the obvious here. I don't need to tap the boos. I think an arrow shot's going to do just fine. The boos have no collision with them. And that's the idea. This looks very conspicuously like a bomb spot. Followed by a sword tap or an invisible block. Let's see if I'm correct. No. Okay, so we just destroyed and desecrated across. Looks like this is going to be probably bomb, though. Bomb detonation to... no, actually, we can... I don't think we can ride the skull. I don't think this is safe, but... Let me... do this quickly. No, I think maybe... Yeah, I don't think I know that hitbox by heart. Let me just ride this out just to see. Oh no, that's fine. Okay. Perfectly safe. Bomb is, of course, going to be in this next segment up here. But in order to start the bomb, I have to start it while sitting on the ground, which is not something that you normally need to know simply because of the rarity of link levels in water. And then, of course, arrow shot is the best way to get that, except, you know, we can take damage and grab a sword, but that's much less stylish. Love the little boo ring segment up here because of the way that the arrangements of the rings make it look like something that is much less regular than the circular pattern that we're used to. So definitely like that. I'm going to, of course, release the chomp. No, except I can't do the ground pound when I'm underwater. Or, you know, in a swimming state. So let's see what we're missing in terms of coins. We respawned everything here, of course. Did I check the top left corner? I do not believe I did. There is nothing. So we'll just go on and see what else lies ahead. Okay. Did I check the top location up here? I don't think I did. Ah, okay. looks like we would need to probably do the Pegasus Dash to get across the conveyor belt. Assuming that I can myself get into that position, and I can. I had to check, of course, if I could do the dash on land while I'm in the swimming state, but that is going to be the correct move. And then through the key door we go. Once I remember where it is. Yeah. Exit only, which is good because that's kind of a quality control for preventing you from going through the other key doors in a level instead. Especially because we were past checkpoint, so. Anyway, lift is going to take us up. Back into the main world, and here's that interaction. That's going to open up the boot, so that's going to be a bit of item progression that we didn't see previously. And the boot is, of course, going to take me here. Okay, looks like it's going to be a bit of a chase. And this looks like some kind of reset point, but yeah, I guess we did need to stay under. So it's going to be fairly relaxed here in terms of getting a chance to retry. Whoops. Nope, trying to do that is not smart. So yeah, gonna keep that clear rate nice and high. Giving instant respawns. Mail, you say that keys being usable in multiple doors is Zelda stable. It's kind of interesting that that has gradually declined in the series, I think. I think it's become much less emphasized than it was in some of the older 2D games, like A Link to the Past in particular. Actually, very much the case in Link's Awakening, I think, that you had a lot of freedom in terms of progression. Whoops, shouldn't have done that. I do need to reset. Didn't read that quickly enough. I should have just gotten on top of the hard blocks in order to hit the bomb. But yeah, it seems like the amount of flexibility you have with banking up multiple keys has really kind of declined gradually. That's not even taking something like Breath of the Wild into account, which of course follows a very different kind of lock and key structure. But it's something that I think did really enhance that sense of exploration in the earlier games, even if the puzzle nature of the dungeons was less tightly constrained. Okay. Once again, you get a sword, and it looks like a boss fight is coming, and you'd know that because bosses just love to decorate their rooms with skulls. Okay, it looks like it is just going to be multiple on-off tap for this one. A fairly simple fight, by the looks of it, except we, of course, need to survive with the sword. Yeah. I like the consistency of the difficulty tuning in this entire level, in that it has a particular kind of difficulty in mind when it comes to how much to punish the player for failing at a certain task, and all of the obstacles are very good about how the reset points are going to work and what the level of risk assumed by the player is going to be, so I think that worked out very well. That's going to be a GG as we claim the Triforce. Yeah, in the end, I guess, you know, it is, like many Zelda dungeons actually turn out to be, kind of a linear experience, but one that leads you back through some of the shared spaces enough, like with the Goomba boot in the main door section, that it has that feeling of exploration still retained. So, nice layout, really some interesting concepts, including the pink coin hunt that was actually very Zelda-like in its own way. If you think about other Zelda puzzles in the past that are about just hitting certain nodes, like in the days of the Shadow Temple, So let's take a look at what's next after we hit win and thank Happy Time all the time for submitting to us all the time. And Mail, yeah, when you're talking about the dungeon making element of Link's Awakening on Switch, yeah, I guess the sort of flexibility of the pathing that you can do with multiple keys is definitely something that's very defining when it comes to that experience. Anyway, let's take a look at Sub Next. I believe Sub Next is going to be Taldir. It's going to be FHY0WD BDF. Underwater Highway Tunnels, a very new upload. One where you may find a sunken ship in these caves, but the cannons may still work. Alright, let's have a swim. Looks like we are allowed to pick a direction, and rather than deal with the Cheep Cheep, I'm going to go up and deal with other Cheep Cheeps instead. Whoops. Yeah. Okay, just follow them down. Oh, Blooper is just going to come and chase me. Of course, we're going to go for the 30 coin in just a moment. Yeah, I like the spacing here so far. You do have to be careful. Nice to have this segment here be very visually defined by all of this pink as well. So there's a very clear sense of it as a room, even though, well, as a bit of a grotto or hideaway. Not really a grotto because it doesn't pop up and give you dry land, but you know what I mean. Mushroom, it's going to be useful. And up we go. Okay, so this also reminds me, I never actually marked the switch to Toadette officially as claimed. I should do that when I next have the opportunity. But in the meantime, we will see that in this shipwreck. Love how this shipwreck has actually kind of fallen apart and become overgrown. Look at that. That's actually a very visible outline that comes all the way over here. But you can see that not much is left, and that this has just kind of been here a while. But yeah, we're just going to dive in there and look for some treasure. Claim some of the surviving porcelain. And oh, nope, unfortunately the cannons still work, as we were warned would be the case. Nice arrangement of some diagonals with some of the straight cannons just to make it a bit of a lightweight navigational challenge. And yeah, we're just going to pop out into this door. I will say that the exit segment, relative to everything that we just saw, looks a little bit plain, because you just have the door spit you out into the middle of nowhere. And after seeing the really beautifully decorated ship earlier, maybe that is a slight letdown, but gonna be pigs all the way down. And yeah, short and sweet, but something that I think was very well spaced when it comes to making underwater interesting without being tight. So, thank you for that, Taldir. I mean, if you have all those fart noises underwater, technically they should be blowing bubbles on the way up, right? Unfortunately, the Mario engine here hasn't really taken that into effect when it comes to how the sound effects and their physical analogs will actually affect the world around you. But that's a suggestion for Mario Maker 3 that will probably not be taken. Did we hit next? Chew Solo, if you are still here. I did see Chu Solo chat quite a bit earlier, but I don't know if they are still present. So we'll just wait for the check-in. And Chu Solo is listed as being in chat, so if we don't have a check-in, we'll just bump them back a spot in case of an AFK. So we'll just wait a second. And yeah, Mel64, I see that you're already anticipating Super Mario Run Maker. I've barely looked into the Nintendo mobile portfolio at all, actually. I never really got into much of that. You know that Fire Emblem Heroes is apparently a big money maker. Anyway, we are going to probably tap next to move past whoever is after Chu Solo. Since we don't have a check-in, I'll just bump them back one spot because they are listed as having at least recently been in chat. We'll just try to keep the policies here fair to those who are present. Breaker Tech, would you like to check in? You just said GG, so you are definitely here. And we'll punch in that code. And look at that, it's going to be another Link level that happens to have the Triforce on the opening screen. But this is going to be perhaps a bit of a different concept, where Link climbs the tower and slams his way back down. I don't remember the Triforce being that much of a refreshing special. Talir, I have not actually watched Aragon, or read the book that it's based on. I remember when the book was this massive hit because of Christopher Paolini being 15 at the time he wrote it, which, you know, I guess impressed the right people at the right time. Ah, yes, pro mode over here. I feel like I've seen this kind of difficulty structure from you before. I don't remember if it was in this level or an earlier revision. I think it might have been. Yeah, I think we actually saw an earlier version, and that's okay. I don't mind testing another one. Nintendo Mobile is fun because it can be ignored. I agree. I'm really glad that it's just kind of there to convince investors that Nintendo was not ignoring mobile. Because really, that's the reason it existed. Although, I mean, I'm sure that Miyamoto was kind of genuinely sort of interested in Super Mario Run as an idea, in the same way that, you know, Sid Meier was interested in Civilization Revolution Mobile as an idea. Where it's kind of a design challenge, but they know and we know that that's not their main portfolio. And that's okay, because the full-scale Nintendo experience still exists. And I think that strategy has been thoroughly vindicated by the success of the Switch. And that the Switch has done so much to just rescue a lot of developers as well from the race to the bottom of mobile pricing schemes and all the negative effects that was having on game design. So, yeah, I'm a person who is a bit stodgy about that kind of thing. It was not fun to see what social media driven design and mobile design were kind of doing to the industry. But part of that was just because, you know, the player base for those have very different expectations from people who have been around video games for a long time and seen a bit of everything at this point. Love this cloud segment here. I do kind of remember something like that. I don't remember if it was this level that I'd seen or just something similar. We have to say hello to our friend Zero Planes, who has come in with a party of 13. Which is very, very generous. I hope the uncleared levels were going well for Zero Planes tonight. I do know that it was, and uncleared session, which, you know, if you do ever drop by Zero Plane's stream, and I highly recommend that you do for viewer levels or for Cuphead speedruns or SMB3 or all of the other wonderful content that he does, you'll find that the uncleared levels lately have been an especial treat. Not always in a good way, I guess, but they have been interesting nevertheless. Okay, item refresh spot over here. And thank you for all the emotes from the luckiest cat. And yeah, I guess some chaos tonight. Okay, great. I'll have to catch up on the VOD for that at some point, I'm sure. Because, yeah, interesting things do happen. You know what? I can probably just get out here and shoot this guy. Whoops. Okay, lost a hat. Not a good idea. Yeah. Muscle memory is maybe not the thing to rely on when you're in the shoe. And thank you so much for the gift subs from Hyperion Smokestack. Very generous of you. They just happened to land with Happy Time all the time and Grakowski, who submit me wonderful stuff all the time, so that works for me very well when it comes to queue management, so. How convenient was that? Okay, looks like we lost the ability to bust down this block for no reason. So yeah, thank you for that, Hyperion Smokestack. I appreciate that very much. As well as the Easter wishes from one came in. And yeah, Grakowski has a great deal of difficulty making my stream times these days because in his time zone, I think he has kids to put to bed and everything. But I always love showing off his levels. He's one of the most distinctive puzzle designers in this game, so. Did we get a refresh on the boot? Yes, okay. I could have just come down here all along. Hyperion, I don't know if you would have landed on any of the raiders. I don't think so, because Happy Time was already here, but it's the thought that counts. It's okay. Twitch has some kind of weighted algorithm for how it distributes gifts. You know, where it's not a totally random roll, it's usually a selection of some people who are present, some people who just happen to be long-term followers, and some people who are completely new. Like, it's some kind of weighting that sort of distributes between different kinds of viewers, as far as I know. That's at least what I've observed in my experience. A slight issue with that P-switch seems to be that it can only be activated once. If you stay in the other room, you might get locked there. So you're kind of depending on the player to not fool around too much with hitting the P-switch and letting it sit, unless I'm missing something. No, we did in fact want this on the on state. And yeah, you all had a chance. Looks like eventually we'll just want to punch our way down through the stack here with a stiletto. There we go, refreshing special. Woo, okay. But plenty of gameplay before that. Hey, I missed something. No fair. We probably want to keep stomping though. I can tell that one way that I would potentially get locked here is if I do something silly like this and just lose the boot because I'm too busy checking location where the dinosaur is kind of being laid to rest. Anyway, here's the THX1138. Yeah, I remember talking about this in an earlier version with you, I think, Breaker Tech, because of how it was actually long before there was such a thing as refreshing special spam. There were, of course, the Captain Matilda levels that were structured kind of like this, where, you know, there's plenty of gameplay through the whole level, but also one sort of final interaction that breaks the whole layout apart. Umuga, don't feel self-conscious about sending me levels. I feel like, I mean, while the quality that we get here is higher than most viewer level streams, and while we're very fortunate in receiving that. It just means that you have an even more positive community to work with when it comes to seeing your own content get playtested. So don't feel afraid to send me something. I guarantee you I've seen worse, even if I have seen better. Let's mark that as win. Let's pull out a sub next. And thank you once again, Hyperion Smokestack. I guarantee I've seen worse sounds like a challenge. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said that in front of the streamer who has just spent a few hours on uncleared levels. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. That was unwise. Rammers. Happy birth and death. R2K. WHF. And Meal64, it feels complicated to make a truly trash level. I kind of wish Lupin Snoop had stuck around from earlier, in fact, because I'm pretty sure he has like a dedicated alt account just for deliberate garbage, which he has put a lot of time into making feel like garbage, because he's somebody who actually does know level design. But that's just the kind of trolling he does. Anyway, no jump, no run, hammer tap. Hammer tap and direct where indicated. No jump or running needed. I will almost certainly forget that as soon as I get into the level. I do remember, though, that one of the first things that Rammers showed me when he was first coming by last year was that aerial hammer time level, which was fantastic. So, looking forward to seeing how a similar concept might take place within a 20-second limit. Okay, oh wait. I already forgot the instructions. No jump needed, okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, so we just need to time the hammer tap to hit each of the creepers. I get it. We just go forward and we just tap, tap, tap on the markers. And the markers will just compensate for the absurd wind-up time on Builder Mario, which is the thing I remember about that other Rammers hammer level, that it was one of the few levels I had seen at the time that had actually properly compensated for how clunky the hammer tap is to actually control. No, hang on. Anyone can do Little Timmy, but trash. That makes you wish for Little Timmy. I'm not quite sure how you frame that question. I always feel sorry for people who might be, you know, introductory level builders who are new to Mario Maker 2, who are lurking on streams and learning about level design and kind of wondering if they're good enough to submit, and if their names are actually Timothy. It's even worse, I think, if they're really short. But, that's okay. I hope the actual sort of coincidental Little Timmys don't feel terribly judged. I'm holding right into some of these now and seeing if that adjustment does anything, but I see that I'm just missing some of the consecutive strikes. Yeah. Anyone can be a Timmy if they really put their minds to it. Timmy is the Kevin of Mario Maker. I'm not sure what context, like which Kevin you're talking about, because I can think of a number of different mildly absurdist appearances of the name Kevin. Kevin... I mean, there's the school shooter in We Need to Talk About Kevin. Kevin is actually the acronym of the sort of homegrown incompetent Islamist terrorist group in the Zadie Smith novel White Teeth. Kevin is also, of course, 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon, I remember seeing this Onion headline from way back, which was Kevin Bacon linked to Al Qaeda. Which, I mean, given the number of degrees of freedom that you may have from one network node to the next, may actually be worthy of investigation by your local counterintelligence agency. Okay, missed that. Yeah, if you were actually named Timothy, I mean, it just makes me think of Timothy from the film Dumbo is literally a little Timmy. And so I guess the idea is that by the time you're done with all the little Timmy levels that you see in Mario Maker, you'll believe an elephant can fly. Mamuga is going to request number 2. Let's do that since we've already blown this attempt, so... It'll also give me a chance to mark the Toadette reward from earlier that I just completely forgotten to acknowledge as redeemed. And let's bring up number 2. I don't think number 2 had actually been requested before, so looking forward to this one. Okay. Mamuga has requested that we read William Shakespeare, Sonnet number 2. When 40 winters shall besiege thy brow, and dig deep trenches in thy beauty's field, thy youth's proud livery so gazed on now will be a tattered weed, of small worth held. Then being asked, where all thy beauty lies, where all the treasure of thy lusty days, to say within thine own deep sunken eyes were an all-eating shame and thriftless praise. How much more praise deserved thy beauty's use, if thou couldst answer, this fair child of mine shall sum my count, and make my old excuse, proving his beauty by succession thine. This were to be made new made when thou art old, and see thy blood warm when thou feelst it cold. Thank you for that. And that is redeemed. It's been a while since we've had somebody cash one of those in, so good to bring that back on stream. So in France, Kevin and Vanessa are stereotyped names for 14-year-olds online, I see. And yes, this is one of my many screenshots from Odyssey. I took lots and lots of screenshots in the Odyssey photo mode back when I played it, long before I ever had a capture card, and I didn't have anything better to do with them, so I started using them for all of my stream artwork, and I thought that was kind of a way to just, you know, finally cash in some of that time that I put into the game many, many years later after I had done it. Anyway, let's get back to trying to reach the goal as Builder Mario. Yeah, that was the closest thing that I could find to something that would be a dramatic reading. I always thought it looked mildly theatrical. Okay, we needed to bat the icicles. I just missed them that time. As people who are regulars on the stream know, I can do a lot of things in this game, and reading markers is just one of those things that I happen to be much worse at than a lot of other players. And that goes for Kaizo levels as well. You know, anything that requires me to do things on a marker rather than from intuiting it from the level elements themselves. Now, of course, with a concept like this, you really do need the markers, because the wind-up time on a hammer, as we all know, is dreadful. And the problem with the hammer usually is that you just can't really do things intuitively, because there's always just far too much lag. So I do think the markers are very necessary for this concept, but yeah, relative to my playstyle, I guess sometimes I behave as though they're not even there, because I'm just so late on some of the taps. I feel like I'm not managing the cooldown time well in that section with consecutive taps. That is right after the first warp point. I would think that Kevin is not a particularly common name in France, and so that it is very naturally well suited to, whoops, be just a bit of a stereotype. I should not be holding right after all. I should let the dash panels do their work, because that time from holding right, I missed the warp block after doing everything else correctly. So, I see what I did wrong there. In fact, the inputs feel a lot better generally when I just kind of let up. Although that did not save me that time. Okay. Kevin was common at a time. Okay, that's wrong. Oh no, I feel like I was supposed to make contact with the bully on that last swipe, and then that bumps me back, and I just happened to miss the last swipe. So everything else seemed correct up to that point. You had a rush of Brandon. I didn't know there were so many American names that had gained traction in France. Because some of those are very specifically... maybe not Brandon. Brandon is a name that has a very long English history behind it. I'm just thinking of Charles Brandon, who was the Duke of Suffolk in the court of Henry VIII. I think it was Suffolk. But Kevin is a very... like, it sounds like a very modern American name. I don't think it has a particularly long history. Nope, forgot to turn around and hit that to the left. So let's actually pay attention to my facing direction this time. I guess that's the first time we've really had to pay attention to a facing input, and so that threw me off momentarily. And yeah, just from popular American television, yeah, that's true. It's funny, depending on the country, you know, different countries, of course, have a different tolerance for whether foreign names or foreign-sounding names can actually enter the local landscape. In Iceland, for instance, they're very tough about every child having a name that is actually Icelandic. Like, the government just won't even register the birth otherwise, I think. I don't know if they've relaxed that in recent years, but I do know that that's the reason that everybody from Iceland still sounds Icelandic. And I know that I think in Russian it's very inflexible as well, where, you know, Russia has a very limited pool of names to select from, I think, because almost everybody has traditionally had names that go back to some of the Orthodox saints, which, you know, there are only so many saints to go around. And here we go. Oh, of course, Momuga Victor is a name that has a very distinguished history in many different languages, so... I don't know why Victor came to mind specifically. I mean, in French, do they still pronounce it Kevin, though? Or is it like... Kevin? Maybe. I don't know. Like, if you try to read it with French phonotactics. Like, I don't know if they would actually pronounce it Kevin. Yeah, the French Revolution did a lot of crazy things like that, like trying to rename the months on the calendar. So you would... I guess that was more of a Napoleonic thing, as you get into the month of Brumaire and such. But yeah, same era, the French Revolution. I think the French Revolution is what brought into calendars. Oh, Kevin is pretty much the same, I see. I mean, if it's mostly coming from US TV, then that makes sense. I don't think that would be true of French names that work their way into English. Like, I don't know that people necessarily keep the French pronunciations. That was a surprisingly satisfying strike on Bowser, except we just missed the bloopers at the end. Nice that you get into the bloopers so quickly that they don't even begin their dashing animation. It's like they may as well be stationary, like you had your Goomba hat on or something, because they don't even have time to notice you before you snipe them. Assuming you accurately snipe them. Look at Toadette just being this psycho murderer and hammering everybody in sight. And then they die and they become boos, and she hammers the boos as well, just to make sure they are most sincerely dead. Michelle... I thought in French... I know that, you know, Michel, M-I-C-H-E-L, is, of course, just a boy's name because, you know, having known a lot of Michels. But I thought Michelle, the feminine form, was also in French. Maybe I only think that because I knew it from the Beatles, you know. Michelle, ma belle, sont les mots qui vont très bien ensemble, très bien ensemble. Something like that. But, yeah, maybe it's just a Paul McCartney thing. Anyway, let's get the hammering back in order. Okay. Tap, tap, tap. Yeah, I can see why the names would be confused, because certainly I think a lot of English speakers would pronounce masculine Michel and feminine Michelle very similarly. A lot of speakers wouldn't really distinguish very well between the two. And the luckiest cat really appreciating that emote shark dance that you're doing. Always a good time for a shark dance. I'm just missing the bully every time. I love how Meowser is just kind of floating there to constrain some space. Also just to burn one of the possible Meowser entities that you can use within your local limit. You hope I can still find it in my heart to go to McDonald's. If they're open. I think the one closest to me is not actually 24-hour. But it's been a long time since I've had McDonald's, actually, just because some other fast food is much more accessible to me in my current location. But, I mean, the whole point of McDonald's is convenience. Oh, it's too bad Supernova is not here yet. I think Supernova is still streaming, but he usually comes by afterwards, and he had a recent level called McDonald's Wi-Fi, which is kind of meant to approximate that color scheme of the golden arches. And as one of the other regulars on both my and his streams said yesterday, I never knew McDonald's Wi-Fi would be so good. Whoops. And yeah, McDonald's really does vary a lot in quality by region because of the regional specials. I remember Bangkok McDonald's having excellent fried chicken. Like, really, really good fried chicken. And you would think that if you're in Bangkok, you know, why would you ever go to McDonald's? Why wouldn't you just have all the Thai street food and everything just slathered in peanut sauce and all that? But it turns out if you go to McDonald's in Thailand, they just have amazing fried chicken. What does McDonald's Wi-Fi taste like? It depends on the reception. Avoid the one in Geneva, which is the most expensive in the world. So for those of you who read The Economist, you will know that there is something called the Big Mac Economic Index. And the Big Mac Index is basically a measure of the spending power of your local currency. Because exchange rates often don't tell the whole story because they don't adjust price in relation to consumer goods, right? So the way the economist works around that to kind of determine the purchasing power in a given country is that the price of a Big Mac at McDonald's is kind of this global standard of comparison that actually does have a certain consistency to it, right? And so you can check that out every year. Like in a magazine, they always run the Big Mac Index to just give you a surprisingly robust economic indicator. Anyway, I feel like I should focus on some of the hammer tapping here instead of thinking about Big Mac economics. But that's the kind of content I give you on this stream. Apparently. Okay, tap, tap, whoops. That's the thing about a level like this, is that it's very easy to just do it on autopilot and make a lot of the same mistakes over and over, while just getting distracted in chat in the meantime, because you kind of get into that mechanical repetition. You stop paying as much attention to minor tactical adjustments that could actually get you through the thing. Because it's not that hard. The level really, to some extent, lets you get into a bit of a flow where many segments, when you're just mildly accurate, they just kind of play themselves, right? There we go. You just need to be paying attention. Nope, I hugged the wall too early. I went left too early and I got a wall slide instead of being able to tap the bomb, so... Luckiest Cat, I don't actually have a lurk command. I know that some other streamers, I know that Tanuki Dan has one for people who kind of want to indicate lurking. I don't actually have a lurk command. I don't exactly know on the back end, on the bot side, what that does. Except I know that sometimes it gives people the license to not actively check in. But Luckiest Cat, I will verbally acknowledge that you are lurking, and I will thank you for your continued interest and viewership. That's how we'll deal with that. There we go. Nope, missed. And of course, if you're trapped by the dash panels, you cannot do another hammer strike. Like, I'm pressing the buttons here, and I'm just here indefinitely until I choose to take damage. That's kind of interesting, that it works like this infinite conveyor if you are just trapped in that location, so... Very good planning to let the player take damage so they can leave a death marker there instead of just hitting restart. Anyway, we have gone too far this time. So I was most of the way through until I hit the blooper section, but I've had trouble getting back to the blooper section ever since. So I just need to anticipate the shots a little bit better. Yeah, a little bit better than that. Okay. Sometimes, even when you understand a concept completely, you can still just miss every marker. But yeah, I didn't know that Geneva was the most expensive one in the world, but I'm somehow not surprised. I might have to make a mental note to look up Switzerland in the Big Mac Index. Okay. Nope, missed. little bit late because I was still adjusting to the fact that I had in fact managed to change directions gracefully. Yeah, I'm sometimes surprised by regional pricing across borders and just how that goes, but could be a lot of different local factors. I mean, I guess the smart play, if you are Swiss, is to cross over to France to buy a McDonald's burger. If you really desperately want your McDonald's. I think, though, that those borders, those differences, rather, exist across borders in many cases. I mean, you definitely see it in things like fuel prices, for instance, depending on whether there are perhaps carbon taxes in one country and none in the other. I don't actually know anything about that from the regulatory side in the EU, but of course Switzerland just often does its own thing, right? So you notice Switzerland has Big Macs at roughly the same price in America, I see. And yeah, you're quite right that there is that difference in labor as well. Well, indeed. Okay. Go. Whoops. If you work in Switzerland, you live in France for the rent. Yeah, that's something that kind of makes sense to me. It's sort of true of a lot of places, well, simply because, you know, Europe is so densely built. So if you want an extreme example, you have some place like Monaco, where Monaco, you just have all the fabulously wealthy people in their yachts. And there isn't that much real estate to go around, right? Like, they just build very tall in Monaco because it's not a place with a particularly large footprint. But it does mean that the entire service sector for Monaco, I think, actually lives outside of it, pretty much. Because nobody who actually works in the service sector there is going to afford living space in the area. And it's pretty trivial to just drive in there from parts of France that border it. Oops. Okay, we've been on this for a surprisingly long time for something that's a 22nd level. Let's try to do this a little better. It's been a while since I've seen the end segment. Like working in New York and living in Connecticut, I've recently heard that to be the case with Manhattan as far away as Philadelphia, in fact, that even Philadelphia's local economy is starting to be hollowed out a bit by the Manhattan commuter problem. That's what I've heard anyway. I don't really know much about Pennsylvania. Oops. Okay, let's try to do a slightly better job of this. We've been surprisingly jammed on this 20-second loop for longer than I care to admit. Let me see, in fact, how long I've been on it. I will stay on it for at least some more attempts, but I feel like I've definitely trapped myself here for some time. Yeah, we've been on this for like almost half an hour, which as a 20-second loop is perhaps not the greatest performance. Whoops. Yeah, I don't know much about Philly geographically. Okay. Tap, tap, tap. There we go. Nope, too early. I had no trouble with this segment the first time I saw it. Yeah, I think the only people I know in Switzerland are all physicists for the obvious reasons. So I wouldn't necessarily say they went for the money, except I guess particle physics is just much better supported there than it is in most places, especially with America closing down most of its, really all of its major particle accelerators. It's that or banking? Yeah, exactly. That's what Geneva is now. I am not a physicist, actually. I just happen to be acquainted with very many of them. I have very little physics background myself. Oops. Okay. What do I do that I know so many? I just know a lot of interesting people in all fields. That's seriously an answer. I just know way too many interesting people. That's how I managed to pick up so many anecdotes for the stream. Yeah, sorry you can't stay, Male64. I know that I've been taking absurdly long on certain levels like this one. But I hope to get you a new playtest on the latest version of your level in a timely fashion. And Artpop, it's a little difficult to answer that question in an accurate fashion because the pandemic kind of changed things. And so the thing that I technically do, I have not been doing in the same proportion as I used to. So let's just say that. But meanwhile, I try to keep you folks reasonably entertained on Twitch. And it's not a vocation, it's just, you know, something to keep me sharp in the meantime, so thank you, Hyperion Smokestack. And good night to you as well. And thank you once again for gifting those subs earlier. And of course for the cheers just now as well. Why did I back out of that? No, Artpop, if I were to do that, I would already have pointed you to my OnlyFans. I have to say, one of the better April Fool's things that I had seen on Twitch is, so I don't know how many of you are aware of the chess streamer that has gotten absolutely massive, Alexandra Botez, who is, I think, the biggest chess streamer now, and I actually used to follow her when she was fairly small and not that well known outside of chess. But her April Fool's prank was she added an exclamation mark OnlyFans chat command that would take you to a link that would kind of promise subscribers that by clicking subscribe you would see her getting mated in all positions, which when she's playing chess actually does happen. Anyway, I thought it was actually kind of a very neat little nod to her audience, because she does attract a lot of people who are maybe not there for chess, and she knows that. No, not Hikaru. It would be pretty funny if Hikaru decided to put in an OnlyFans command. Well, the thing, Mamuga, is that if it were Hikaru, you would know that the experience would be very fast. It's always going to be blitz or bullet. It's going to be over before you know it. But, Yeah, considering how much of my Twitch time as a viewer outside of Mario Maker has, I think probably my second most watched thing is probably chess. No, my second most watched thing would be Scrabble because that's the other thing that I stream on some days, and so I'm pretty connected to that community. And after that, it might actually be chess. And I've picked up very little actual chess knowledge from doing so because you just kind of get absorbed in the other entertaining aspects of it. Okay, Rammer, I have to not spend too much longer on this. I can't believe for something 20 seconds that's a very very simple and almost automatic concept. I cannot believe I'm having this much trouble. I feel like I've absolutely tanked the clear rate on this thing over the last half an hour. So, those of you in the queue, thank you so much for your patience with this one. It is not as hard as I make it look, I don't think. Yeah, the hammer taps, I feel like I am consistently behind, and I know that because I'm taking damage. There was that one attempt where I was too early on the boo, but yeah, I feel like I am generally just suffering from the cooldown time because, you know, when you have one hammer strike that's coming in a little bit late, even when it does hit, you have to deal with the cooldown afterwards, and the disadvantage just stacks up on you. And yeah, you can see there. Yikes. So yeah, just a few more attempts, I think, because it is not as hard as I make it look. There's no way. But I've been dying to this one a lot. Surprisingly difficult to smack that bully some of the time. I find that hit a little difficult to estimate, even though I know what the interaction is supposed to be. But yeah. I think that will be it for this one for now. I don't mind if you resubmit it at some point, because I feel like we have unfinished business, but for now, let's get through the queue. So, some other time, I feel like I was singly responsible for dropping this below 1%. But anyway, thank you for that. And thank you once again to the patience of people who are here. Chusolo, this is the second check for Chusolo. Because they were apparently present, but not checking in earlier, so... second and last call for Chusolo before I get bumped completely. Looks like we'll have Colin D after that, then. Colin D962, please check in. I think I had seen you fairly recently informing me about something about the price of Big Macs. So, yeah, we'll just hang tight here while we give you a chance to check in, and then we'll see how things go. Good luck. Great. Let's take a look. Difficult puzzle? That's fine. So, for those of you who don't know, I am increasingly running a puzzle-only stream sometimes on the Monday PM / Tuesday AM block. Sometimes we don't get through very much at all because I just have a habit of taking on extremely hard puzzles. But if I don't manage to solve this in a reasonable time this session, I will probably then carry it forward to the puzzle stream. So here's the PogChamp in reverse. Not sure if you're talking about the emote or the chess tournament, but I guess we'll find out. Let's take a look at some free content. Free content. Now is the winter of our free content. Okay, Boo goes down, Stump breaks everything. Let's just watch this. That breaks open. And gradually, yeah, it looks like it's supposed to be some kind of race, in fact. But, so, hard blocks are all going to break. If this is a reset door that drops you back in somehow, the hard blocks stay broken. So I don't think this is a reset door. This is just going to take you elsewhere. Okay. Ah, I see. Oh no, except there are all the yellow blocks that will respawn because they will be containing vines. So it looks like we will have a proper reset. And I feel like spin jump on top of that bomb might actually have been fine. Okay, here we go. I just need to stay on the stump, in fact. In that segment. But I need to get off in locations where I might be in danger of being caught in a bomb detonation, so... Yeah, let's follow the coin trail. I need to jump at the moments when I'm within 2 tiles of a bomb detonation, but if I go for the coin trail, that should be consistently safe so long as I jump, which I was a little bit late in doing. So, not really sort of seeing this as a puzzle so much anymore, but as one where you do need to keep on your toes when it comes to reading what's happening and seeing which locations need to remain safe. Ah, okay. We can, in fact, pop the bombs, of course. If we don't want to wait for the stump to do its thing. That was kind of accidental. Wait, let's get up slightly. Very satisfying interaction, actually. I am quite enjoying it. Look at the timing on that bomb. Okay. Going to have cows, which then take me to these doors. I don't know where they'll be matched. That laughter tells me something has gone wrong. Ah, I see. I see. Okay, so now we really do have to navigate through this thing. But let's see, because I don't know if I mean, we can wait for everything to come down. How is it just going to destroy the bombs? And I don't see how anything is going to break through this because all of these contain vines, so... I think the idea is that I need to climb up using a vine block somehow. That... Yeah, I need to extend the vine, possibly even with this location here. Let's, well, I was going to jump up in that location to see what would happen. And, Bex Plays, welcome. And you're always watching me do puzzles? Yeah, I'm glad you enjoy that. And if you've been secretly lurking. And even if we've been spending a lot of time staring at things lately, although I'm very excited to show off, in fact, a solution to one of the puzzles that I was not finishing last week. Like one of the big escape rooms that was kind of a cryptic crossword that we did last week. I am pretty sure I've managed to crack that using crossword skills rather than Mario skills. Grab this thing. Now we're in business. Watch this. Okay. Nope. That's a big nope. Yeah, it seems like maybe the central column here is in fact what we want. And yeah, Bex Plays, we had the benefit of a... definitely a raid from Zero Planes earlier, and I think there was another one before that, and I'm trying to remember who it was. But I'm sure it will come back to me in a moment. But yeah, we've been doing pretty well considering what an off-peak time this actually is and how inconvenient it is for most players. Yeah, so let's try to get through the central section above the bomb this time. Whoops. Not mean to do that. Nope. That will not open up. Okay, it looks like doing the full loop is not the idea, but I am, I think, able to claim the POW block and maybe do an up throw somewhere. I feel like there's an implication here that I should be getting on top of that flimsy lift somehow up top, unless there's a drop back down. Imuga, I'm talking about the underwater one. And the one thing that I did think of, Colin, is that with the two doors at the end, that because I can't actually see the starting arrow, this might be an optical illusion where I'm not actually in the original room. It looks like they are reset doors where I'm matched to the original room. I'm also counting the pairs of doors, of course. Whoops. But it did occur to me that because we can't see the starting arrow, we don't know if that equivalence is actually an equivalence or if it is a trick. Which would be very much a classic Super Mario World Ghost House style of trick. So for example, let's say we assume there are two different zones. Also, let's assume that we grab the POW. Watch this. If we grab the POW, we will know for sure, because if we are popping back into the same zone, both POWs will reappear. Both POWs reappear, that's how we know we're in a completely different place. And because we're in a completely different place, we know that we can first of all wait this out. We also know that we can just toss the POW. So right now we are not in the starting area, we are in what we will call room 2, let's say. Now if we're in room 2, what we can do is try this once again to see if perhaps something new has opened up. Nothing new has opened up. But we can just continue going through these doors. I'm now holding a room 2 POW, I think. Let's hold a room 1 POW just to see. Okay. Okay, so we're back. Okay, maybe I was holding a room 2 POW. But then it means that at some point, I can probably pop the POW. I should also pay attention to where blocks are being broken and where they stay broken. It's probably not safe to drop, but I do want to check this. Okay. It does mean that we can think about the bottom door in the right side segment. Oops. So yeah, I'm pretty confident at this point that the two doors just take you to an identical room. But it means I have to keep track of which POW I'm holding. So let's refer to this as room 1. And let's figure out whether we are going to see the room 1 POW or the room 2 POW. So we're holding on to everything. We have checked both rooms already and we know there's nothing up top. But the fact that I can grab the POW seems important. Let's go through the left side door. And let's loop back around just to see if it is in fact a loop. It is. Now that's maybe something I can use. Let's see what I can do here. Yeah, seeing what I can interact with. There is that spring that is in the middle there that moved the muncher up earlier. Thinking about what I can do with the stump. I'll just hopefully not be stumped. Anyway, this is room 2. Room 2, the thing that's different is the muncher so far. At least I think it is. I didn't really map out carefully how that interaction worked earlier. I feel like there's a point at which I'm supposed to throw the POW. And that will give me the answer. I feel like there's maybe also a point at which it might be safe to go back across, although the one tile gap going into the center column makes that a bit risky. So for example, let's do this. No, none of these will break. Okay. Let me think about that. You know what? No, that's fine. Because if we have a bomb that we can activate, we can blow everything up. Watch this. The bomb is going to go. Let's take this with us just in case. And because we diffused everything... Are we in room 1 or room 2? Room 1, okay. But I now know how to get through room 2. Because we know how that's going to go. So, let's just do that instead. And Mamuga, are you actually a step ahead? Okay, that's fine. I mean, you know not to spoil anything, but it's good to know that you're able to solve this with your eyes. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. We're going to grab the room 2 POW instead. We're going to let this whole interaction run. I don't really necessarily need the POW. No, yes I do. I want the POW in order to stop the track from continuing its activation. I think. So let's get back. Room 1. Room 2. Bust this guy. Blow that up and then hit the POW. The POW will just activate, in fact. Then we come through here. Okay, then we need to time our way through this properly. And then see what's going on this side. Bomb up there. Okay. Interesting. Because currently, I don't have anything I can use. No mushroom state to bust through here. I mean, the bomb could have been killed by the POW, but I don't see how that does anything. I think I'm jammed in here. But we now know how room 2 works. In that once the lower blocks have already been destroyed through the initial pass, then we are able to punch through here. And I don't think I was able to do that in room 1, although maybe I didn't test that properly. So looks like this is going to be a restart. And yeah, Mamuga, I guess you were ahead with the Yoshi puzzle by Bird Dog. That's what you were referring to. Okay, let's take a look at this. I haven't really made use of this door here. But then, this doesn't really give me anything to work with. Unless, of course, I find a way to bomb one of these spots right above me. But, hey, look at this bomb over here. That's usable if we go for it. Except everything will respawn if there's vine inside the block as we get through the door, so. Yeah, Muncher's through there. I'm going to watch this location where the Muncher is currently located because I'm interested to see whether... I mean, that does contain vines, so those blocks should respawn when I come back here to room 1. So watch this. Watch the center column. Go back to room 1. Notice how the center column fills in completely. So room 1 is pretty much never going to let me have that interaction that goes up the column. I feel like I'm supposed to have something like a cape feather. Possibly even a P-switch in order to get past that equivalent in room 2, and we just don't see that yet. Anyway, let's bust everything open. I'm currently holding the room 1 POW, so whatever. Bust this. Hang on. Yeah, I guess we didn't actually do this. Let me think about this, because I feel like we can, of course, just leave this available as a safety platform and then go to the bottom left rather than going up the center column. Because that's something I haven't checked. The bottom left in this zone, in room 2, like the equivalent to this area here. Whoops. And that would require me to break open the central section in room 2, but leave everything intact by firing the POW as soon as possible. And hey Mang, welcome. Mang, don't know if you have had your fill of the Mangfest on the other stream just yet, but whether or not that has been going well. Oh, I guess that answers my question. Let's acknowledge Supernova coming in with a party of 5. So, I am the Supernova, who is a playtester that you should definitely be following if you want feedback on your levels. Has also kind of gotten aboard the train lately of running features of specific makers. And thank you, Mamuga, also for the host. And so, yeah, Supernova, who is of course a very noted maker of 10-second speedrun levels, I decided to feature Mang today, as he has been doing for 2 sessions now, I think. There are 19 Mang levels tonight. You are working through those quickly. But Supernova's technique is pretty good, so... I mean, considering that I often get stuck on Mang levels for about an hour, that is wonderful progress. So, don't know if there were any in today's selection that you particularly enjoyed, any naked pipes you found especially appealing? Okay, nuke everything right away. And, oh, no, I needed to bomb this location first. That was a mistake. I feel like I want to redo this, just to get back into the appropriate sequence. Any Easter eggs today? No, but I did find a soft lock in looking for one. And yeah, Mamuga, I know he makes boss levels. I'm referring to a bit of an April Fool's special that Supernova decided to do for his biggest fans, where he decided that he would decide to start farming the speedrun likes. And Supernova, by the way, you should definitely save your April Fool's prank as a Twitch highlight before that video expires and destroys all the evidence. I think you want to keep that evidence. It is the last remaining evidence of the levels themselves that is in public view, so... Was this the second room or the first room? I lost track. Second room. Oh, I should have grabbed a POW, okay. Oh, or just tap this. Yeah, this is the second room, and I know that because of the way the center column has been partly destroyed. So I want to deactivate everything, and then this time I want to go all the way to the left and fall in. There we go, checkpoint. Oh, get out. Okay. Let's go through here with a POW in hand. Aha, so now that's going to map to room 2, and we know that because, once again, watch the center column. Notice that this is a little bit different. Mushroom over here, interesting. That means that block will not respawn once destroyed. So for example, if we decide to take a bomb through with us in this room... Oh, cloud, interesting. Ah, because this blaster was spawn blocked, okay. But a cloud will allow me to go through... Whoops. I was about to say it would allow me to go through the muncher, but I spoiled my chance at that. And I'd have to grab another POW to do it. Okay. No, if I had kept that POW all the way from before checkpoint, I would have been able to bust through this muncher and then go up quickly. Instead, though, I think I'm still able to do that without the POW if I just go fast, before the muncher has been activated. So, let's go fast. And up we go. Okay. I don't have anything I can do with that. And I should have known that because I have been in this room previously. I feel like this is going to be a soft lock and I have to start over. I think I need the cape here in this location. Then why would you give me the cloud? Possibly because I could go up the left side. But we do need to start over. Okay. Anyway, here we are. And, whoops. You need to add a spike there. Ah, yeah, just in the soft lock location. Unless, of course, that makes it too obvious. But no, I think you definitely want soft lock protection past a checkpoint. So that's okay, that's what playtesting reveals. We may not have found an Easter egg, but look what we got instead. Yeah, very happy to reveal that kind of thing so you can make the appropriate revisions. I'll keep playing this because I'm interested in finding the solution, but if you are taking it down anyway, then I'd be happy to see this again with resubmission if we don't stick it with it for too long. But currently I'm still working on a solution, so let's get back in here. Remember that this is room 2, bust a bomb. Bust a muncher so we can get through. Grab the POW. Although I've kind of confirmed that I don't actually need it, I don't think. Sure, let's do this. And then jump all the way. Bit of a blind jump, but we have just enough distance. Now we know that breaking open a bomb is actually kind of a bad idea because it will create... it will remove the spawn block that gives us the cloud. We don't want the cloud yet. We want to do this instead. Okay. Never mind, except all of this is definitely breakable, but having a mushroom is already progress, because having a mushroom allows me to stomp on various blocks. So for example, if I decided to come down with the cloud, I could then break all of the blocks that are above the one-way panels, and that may be spawn blocking something that then drops down towards this segment. So why don't we bust this, release the cloud, and sorry, I'm a little behind on chat. Man, you were asking me how the levels were today. The levels have been pretty interesting so far. I wiped out for far too long on the Rammer's Hammer level. Let's break everything. Because I feel like the spawn block is going to be relevant here. Ooh, that was a good save. So let's get back around and let's see what it drops into the central section. Because it's got to drop something. Yep, there we go. And it drops Yoshi. Good. Yoshi is then going to allow me to do what? Let me think about that, because grabbing that bomb up there doesn't do much. What I want is some way to activate the bomb with fire, perhaps, for an additional spawn block. I can, of course, ride the cloud. And ride the cloud over. And Yoshi is able to grab a POW. Now, why would I want Yoshi to grab a POW? Oops, oh, let's get in. Nope. Wasn't able to get back there. I see, because the one tile gap is set up such that if I'm on Yoshi in the cloud, I should not be able to go back over. Oops. Nope. And Natcat, you missed opening downloaded levels in the editor. It would short-circuit a lot of puzzle ideas, though. I really like the way that escape rooms have turned out in this game. But yeah, I do agree that it has been sort of an unfortunate restriction on actually learning people's setups. And learning about the game, you know, it's not that you're necessarily going to copy anything, it's that it's nice to actually study what people are doing technically and see what's going on behind the scenes. It's kind of remarkable that the spread of maker knowledge has been pretty vibrant even without that, but would have been much nicer to have it, of course. Okay, break everything so we can get Yoshi. And go up. Looks like we do want to take Yoshi. Oh no, I know how to use Yoshi. We go back to room 1. When we go back to room 1, what's going to happen is that Yoshi is going to get me up to the blue platform that was in the location to the middle left, like the top left that's above the entrance area. That was room 2, this is room 2. We go up and grab Yoshi. And over we go. Once we grab Yoshi, we have to ride back across. Go back to room 1 with a POW. The reason we need a POW is because maybe we want a bomb. No, because we can't actually keep a bomb and Yoshi. I want to keep Yoshi, I want to keep a POW. The idea behind the POW is that it will allow me to... oh, no. Bad idea. We needed to bust open the middle section first. So we actually do need some timing here. Watch this. No, not great. I need to change my timing a little bit. That was slightly too late. Launcher goes up. No, too late. Let's watch this carefully. Notice, too, the way that the bomb in room 2 actually managed to successfully bust through here, although we do know that there's a repeated block that's beneath that, I think. No, it's actually just a coin block beneath that. So it's possible to go back and forth in room 2. Anyway, here we are back in room 1. This should be better timing, I hope. Here we go. I have a POW, so I don't care about the muncher. Let's grab another POW just in case. Oh, okay. This is maybe going to be a bit of a tricky little jump here, because Yoshi might get kind of stuck. I don't like that. I think I need to go back, because otherwise I will not be able to get under this without getting stuck in general, in fact. I should have gotten off and pushed Yoshi. I maybe should have taken damage too. Okay, no, I just needed this block to be busted open and bombed, I think. So, looks like I revealed another block, in fact. Oh, yeah, I was close to timeout. Why did I... Okay. Good call there, Art Pop, just slightly late for me to react. That's okay, we know how everything goes. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I was so close to waiting for a timeout that I should have just done that. But that is a lock, though, so... Even with timeout being an option, that is something that was kind of unfortunate. Okay, so we'll let everything bust open. I think the block appeared like that because of my specific POW timing in terms of when things got killed. What got busted open. But yeah, it is an extreme edge case, I think. It's not a very common scenario, and I can definitely see why you would have missed it in testing. Okay, we got the POW. I don't actually need the POW, do I? Let's see here. Bust open. Oh yeah, I do actually. Let's get up here. Let's do a nice big... Let's miss the blue first of all. That could have been embarrassing. Okay, blow that up. Come back over for the cloud. Yeah, there is a reusable mushroom location if we just bomb things in the correct order here, but I don't think I need it. I think I also don't have a particular reason to keep holding the POW, since I'm going to be trading over to Yoshi anyway. We need to go rather quickly here. Beat the Muncher. Bust to open everything I see. Here we are. Oh, nope. Straight up miss, but then we're past checkpoint, so all we lost was a bit of dignity. Okay, now let's actually tap the bomb this time. Get back here. And yeah, Colin D, so even if we don't get too much further, this will have been a productive playtest. I've liked this so far, actually. It's nice to see something that is sort of a ghost house, you know, 2 rooms pretending to be one puzzle. Kind of a variant of the very classic Super Mario World style of trying to trick out the player. Although, of course, here the thing that we're mostly playing with is a lot of spawn block logic. Now, of course, with spawn blocks, we don't always know what we're going to get, but we do know we're going to get something. So it's nice to be able to predict some of those interactions in advance, like the presence of something here that I didn't expect to be Yoshi. I think I had the right idea, though, in terms of escorting Yoshi back to the starting area in the next segment. Oh, we need to redo this. Except I think maybe instead of jumping across, the idea was supposed to be that I would go to the room 1 equivalent of this door and warp back to the left side of room 1 safely, rather than trying to jump the gap, because I think jumping the gap might just be the wrong idea completely. Yeah, I think I'm supposed to bomb instead. Oh, Yoshi actually came down. I didn't realize that. So. Okay, sure, we'll take it. We won't beat the Muncher this time, but we don't need to because Yoshi is supposed to go across. As long as I duck here. Oh, nope, no, too slow. Too long to think about that one. But yeah, kind of interesting that you do have a bit of a failsafe for, you know, having already unlocked Yoshi and not having to go through the motions a second time. I am going to close the queue fairly soon. I usually close earlier than this because otherwise we have no chance of getting through everything else, but... So this is going to be a last call for anybody who wants to get a submission in. It makes sense for the submission from Swan Song to be our Swan Song, so thank you for submitting !-1. Nope, took damage there, that's gonna be death. Because we do need the mushroom to unlock Yoshi. So yeah, queue closing will be very, very soon. No. Oh no, we're gonna lose the mushroom, aren't we? No, that's okay. Safe. Alright. See this? And let's see this. No, we need to let this bust open because we are past checkpoint. Since we are past checkpoint, we need to let everything properly reopen. Now we can go. Okay, up we go. And there we are. Fall in. Grab Yoshi. And yeah, just need to grab Yoshi up here before we get smushed. That's okay. Being small is fine. At least I think so, so far. Maybe the mushroom becomes necessary later. Whoop. Let's respawn just in case. Remember if any of the last tiers here actually give me a mushroom. But I'm not going to wait to see. I'm going to come through here. Let all the destruction happen. One thing I am missing is a POW, but then we'll grab this one. Okay, so I was doing that timed interaction earlier on the assumption that I would be able to run through. I think that's actually a bad idea. I mean, I can do it this way, but then I would have to slide under and get enough of a dash. And I feel like the thing I'm supposed to do here instead is probably take a bomb through to drop down to that door so I can go through a door safely. But I can try. It's just that I think I would have trouble keeping Yoshi. Not enough of a dash in this jump. Yeah. No, that won't be it. Unless I... Oh, you know what? I should have just respawned into that room so I can hit the POW right away to make sure this platform stays alive. And I can make that jump? Yeah. Not if I let everything get destroyed first. Mr. Electrodude just had Easter breakfast. Well, hope you had a good breakfast. Oh, forgot to blow this up. Forgot to let that blow up, should I say. Yeah, I forgot to close the queue much earlier when I should have, so I am going to close at the end of this attempt. And I hope to get through everybody who remains in queue, but today, we'll see, because I've taken some time here. It is easier to work with a door. Yeah, I figured that I should be taking the bomb. Nintenium, welcome. Nintenium, you came in just as I was saying I was about to close, so hopefully we will get to you. It might be a bit of a wait given just how many people have decided to stay in queue today. And I hope I'm actually able to see everybody. I'm always reluctant to make that promise, but then somehow I managed to make it work. Electrodude making it even more of a challenge. But we'll hopefully be able to do that. Yeah, we got off to a pretty good start today, but got jammed on a few specific levels. Am I in room 1 or room 2? And why did I forget to take Yoshi? Okay, no, I just lost track of what I was doing. But I'm clearly able to bomb this location down here. And you know, wait, no, I'm Big Mario. What am I doing? That's okay because those should stay busted. And those stay busted, then I'm fine. Except here I'm... Okay, no, I'm in room 2. Room 2, I need to go up faster to get Yoshi. Once I bust down those blocks, but... Once I am over into room 1 location, warping with the door is perfectly fine. I just didn't even check the spin jump. Okay. Come over here, spawn Yoshi. That's okay. Sometimes, well, somehow I tend to make it work. So, getting down to about 160 seconds here. And this has been a pretty engaging puzzle so far, so I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah, one of the issues, of course, I faced in an earlier attempt was that I simply lost the mushroom. This does give me access to the bomb, but I can't take the bomb through without losing Yoshi. I'd rather not do that. If I can bomb these locations, I may as well just use the mushroom anyway. Hang on, like that. Warp through the door. And how is not going to be useful here, but I can do that. Yeah, I guess the entire purpose of the falling platform is just to signal that this is worth checking. Cap? Oh, I was hoping this would say Captain Toad. It says Capta. And it looks like there is some kind of trickery here with the checkpoint. Well, I mean, all that did was sacrifice the mushroom. Capital. Oh, capital. Capital idea. Capitalism. Okay. So was the idea that the bomb is supposed to smash capitalism? Is that the moral of the story? And, oh, it's a troll. Except the munchers will come through and squish me anyway. Okay. Except if I stood on the left side. Let me see, because we have checkpoints. Let's explore some more capitalism. Also, the bomb destroying this location strongly indicates to me the possibility of a spawn block. We know this will spawn back on top of the falling platform, so it is safe. Okay, no spawn block. I feel like maybe something is different about this level of Supernova if I don't take the checkpoint. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't see how that would be from the switching mechanisms I'm seeing here, so... green pipe. Okay. Green pipe is telling me something. I need to find a green pipe, I guess. And I haven't done so yet. Possibly... we have something going on here. Capitalism. Possibly... I mean, I haven't seen where the green pipe could be yet, but that's because I haven't checked any of these locations. Okay. Looks like I need to be tall. No, I don't. Let's check that once again. It seems like this suddenly turned into a troll level at the last minute, which may be a bit of a subversion of expectations, but I guess that's how capitalism goes, at least in this world. Yeah, I kind of liked it better when it was just a puzzle. But... so it's kind of a double troll now. Maybe I do, in fact, have to go through the main section, but go maybe to the left here, just on top of the goal. Yeah, there we go. That's it. That was something I considered earlier just to begin with, but the muncher positioning when I died earlier was kind of making me think that the muncher would be there too soon. Yeah, I fixed the soft locks, I guess. I know the second one we found was a little bit trickier, but... and it doesn't really set you back that much. It's a nice puzzle. I do like the structure of the thing that we've seen so far, so free content. It is a bit of a weird end. Anyway, queue is closing. And I will hope to get through as many of you as I can. I don't know if I can stay long enough to do so. So usually I try to make that guarantee, but it's been getting harder lately because we've been receiving more and better levels. or in longer levels. Let me make sure the Warp World bot is properly reflecting this. Mang dipped. Did Mang even submit? I didn't think so. And I believe it's actually going to be sub next. So. Okay, Terminator. And oh no, Mang actually is in there. Last position. I do see you. I think Terminator is actually the last active sub that's in the queue, so afterwards it'll just be straight down next. Terminator, sub 1% clear on this. I've really been enjoying this series so far. I think today, just given the length of the queue after you, it may be unlikely that I clear this. But I'm, of course, very willing to take a first look. Lately, Supernova, these have not always been link levels. They definitely have all been shell levels, though. Some of them have been link levels. Whoops. I need to get on that thing and then get on the on-off switch. And in fact, some of the link levels in this series have been the best levels in this series. Let's not do that. Okay. Not giving me quite as much of a margin for entry as some of the previous levels, but we'll kind of accept that this was meant to be the finale to the series. And yeah, that bumps you. Let me just scout ahead. I know I'm supposed to keep the shell. Oh, and you were saying I could play Surf Part 9. Yeah, that's okay. I want to scout this one anyway. Like I said, I might not clear it, but... Whoops. Unless Surf Part 9 is something that's much shorter if you wanted to grade it out. But I don't mind looking at this. Sometimes you just take a little bit longer, that's all. Okay, we do need to go over. Interesting. Yeah, I need to get on top of the ball to get over. I see. It's shorter? Okay, sure, we'll trade that out. Upon the maker's request. I had played 9. You sent that to me last time. That was the link one. Let's get back to 10. Amuga, you saw something I did by accident that you didn't think was possible. Interesting. Yeah, no worries, Terminator. I actually remember you telling me last time that 9 was short as well. And it was. Yeah, going off camera like that can be a little bit tricky. Yeah, we'd better hope that we can get some consistent positions off of the ball from Lemmy. I kicked the shell that came out of the black cannon. Yeah, we've done that by accident a lot in these levels, actually. Throughout this entire series. Because when it's coming out, it's not really in its kicked state. Yeah, I think I need to land quickly there. That's... I mean, the previous landing here may not have been accurate. I know that there's that moment when I'm off camera that... or when the shell is off camera that feels a little bit risky. And which is the kind of thing that can be managed if we just go nice and low. Nope. Okay, I will almost certainly have to keep that shell at the end, but let's see what's ahead anyway. Alright, here we go. And up. Nope, forgot to jump on top of that one, so. Okay, this is actually manageable, it's just that we can be very accident prone, and with a level like that, you just get punished for that immediately. So we know we need to bounce on this one. We do nice short jumps to maintain camera position. Okay, no, I was trying to get around that guy because I felt like the implication is that you are supposed to jump over. No, I think the purpose of the Podoboo there is to tell you that you should not land in that location. You are supposed to understand that, and that is mostly there to guard the blaster, because the blaster is the important part of that location. There we go. I should have gone up the ball. And then after that, it's going to be the thwomp. Okay. Up we go. Up we go. And all the way over. Nope, a little bit to the left of that ball. That's okay, let's just practice this stuff. Pretty satisfying to do that jump that goes from ball to shell, actually, when you do manage to execute it. I mean, it is something that's been punishing some imprecision over and over, but it's very fun to land in the way that most interactions with Lemmy's balls, which sounds like a very filthy thing to say, but most interactions with Lemmy's balls are very fun to land. So, take that however you will. Whoops. You didn't put a spike because you were trying to be nice, or for me to hop over. Yeah, it's the corner is much nicer without spikes. Spikes, I think, would confine that a little too much. And also, spikes are just ugly. You got enough of them already. I mean, if I... yeah. I think this is fine, actually. And I can see now why the on-off switch is an absolute requirement there, which I wasn't really thinking about previously. Okay. Nope. Most people are inclined to jump on a blaster. Yeah, so was I, initially. But, I think after a few failed attempts, it was clear to me that that was not worth trying. Nope, bad bounce there. Really do need to get the first bounce off. Okay, let's have that. Okay, here we go. Yeah, just a short bounce out the bumpers. It's fine. In fact, whoops, landed a little too far to the left to demonstrate the shell kick once again. Okay. Now let's get on to the next one. Short bounce. That ball felt like it came a little earlier than usual, but maybe I'm wrong, given the diagonal placement of the arrow. I don't know, with the Lemmy being synchronized on a track like that, and with the shell firing being very consistent timing, I feel like everything should be fairly reliable in this level when it comes to synchronization between top and bottom. There are different sequences of Lemmy balls thrown. Yeah, I figured that maybe there was a bit of variance, and that's why you gave me a fairly generous amount of room to hit the on-off switches in case there are problems. I can imagine that being challenging to quality check. Just to account for different, oh whoops, all the different Lemmy positions. That was of course the mistake that we said we would avoid. Okay, let's tap this once again. And Supernova, I'll acknowledge what you said about the winged items on tracks in just a moment. I've got to read this first. Speed, a winged item on a track, the shell shot out of the black cannon, and the speed of the player walking are all the same. Are they really? Because it seemed like Lemmy... Yeah, I was actually wondering if Lemmy was synchronized here, but looks like he is. Yeah, because then he doesn't get ahead of me. At least I don't think so. Okay, whoa. Yeah, needed that bounce. I think it's strongly implied that you need pretty much every bounce, in fact. And then you need to get back down onto shell. I guess the bumpers do strongly imply you shouldn't be fooling around up there. You see, the first Lemmy ball is skippable, which is maybe a little bit deceptive, because each of the other ones look required. I know. I mean, the Thwomp one we managed to make without use of the Lemmy ball, but I think the layout is designed in such a fashion that there's an expectation that you're going to hit the ball whenever possible, so we should err on the side of bouncing on the ball unless there's a very specific reason not to. Nope. Once again, a little too far to the left of the bumper. Okay, forward we go. And yeah, just go over the bumpers entirely. That works too if the balls have a slightly late positioning like we saw there. You could see that the balls were a little later than usual just given where we were positionally relative to the on-off switch, so there is a little bit of variance with Lemmy that we do need to improvise around every time we play this. It's not going to be 100% consistent, depending on when he chooses to fire. Okay. Nope. That's okay, let's just keep going to practice. Whoops. But apparently not for long. Okay, through we go. And up. Nope, that's a miss. That's what happens when you miss. Okay, the current record on this is about 2 minutes, so you do need to be consistent over a pretty long scale. I'll try to make a reasonable amount of progress before I potentially bail on this. Okay, it seemed like that time that one was nowhere close to giving me a good angle on the balls. So. A good angle on the on-off switches, anyway. Even though I can see why now you built that occasion to be 4 tiles wide. But yeah, getting Lemmy to behave seems to be a real challenge to design around here. Look at how late that is. Look at how late that is. I think Lemmy does have a lot of consistency issues here in that sometimes you'll have patterns like that that are just way too far behind. I don't know if there's a better way to control that because you are accommodating that as well as you can already in terms of how generous some of these jumps can be. But that time it felt like I just had no chance. Okay. So far, so good. And look at that chomp, it's just going to go to the right side. Nope. I just needed to skip that ball, I think. Because I can grab that key with a standard jump. Yeah, the consistency here is not quite as tight as some of the other levels simply because of Lemmy's behavior. Lemmy's refusal to behave. Yeah, because I can see why you might think that having 4 switches wide would be enough. You know, if you just play this again and again and you don't see the outlier patterns come up in testing. Whoops. That's okay, that's why we play test and what we try to reveal. Because I can already see that you were trying to correct for Lemmy's behavior as much as possible with the safety margins. Oh, oops. Total miss. Total miss. And here we go. Yeah, it's a good concept, just needs some polishing around the edges. And sometimes, yeah, even, you know, playtesting internally, sometimes there are behaviors that don't come up in dozens of attempts, but hit streamers right away. It's always a little unfortunate when that happens, when you clearly put in the effort to try to test for that and accommodate it already. It can be very frustrating as the maker to know that there were still edge cases that were unaccounted for. Okay. Yeah, the chomp movement I don't look forward to playing around, but I guess jumping on a ball gives me plenty of safety. Okay, new record. And we just hold up into this. There we go. Okay, that's progress. Big wave. Okay. Is it because this is structured like a wave? Oh, I see, yeah. Oh, it's going to be a wave concept and a shell ride. Wonderful. And I'm supposed to follow the arrows to kind of jump back in on top of the crest, I see. When I see a lot of arrows stacked together like that, I can see the general shape of what you're asking me to do. But not necessarily the order in which I'm doing it. Of course, this kind of wave setup is really a classic concept going back to a lot of levels in Maker 1, but I haven't seen it combined with something like keeping the shell alive before. This is the first time I've seen those two put together in quite this way. Just two old staples of Mario Maker. Yeah, and then we duck back down towards the 50 coin. And eventually we'll need to get on the shell. But I can see how you're using the wave to kind of complete the surfboard theme that you've been going for the whole time. So we need to get on top of the surfboard somehow instead of wiping out. Whoops. Yeah, look at the shell just kind of being in that pocket there. If I do accurately get on top of the shell, then I should be able to get under safely. And there we go. Okay, I fell in front a little bit when I was pushed. But it seemed like that was close to what I'm supposed to do. That I am supposed to mount the shell by that point. If I understand this correctly. Oh. Yeah, very neat variation on this concept. Whoops, just missed. Creating this setup was an adventure, yeah. I think when you think about this shell surfing series as a series, that Terminator, by the way, has been cranking out really quickly. Just a lot of levels done in a very short time, considering just how much is going on with this concept. This really is fitting as a grand finale. Very nice way to actually sell the surfing theme. Okay, I do need to jump. I can't just slide off there. I really do need to jump and probably aim for that down arrow. But that is a little bit timing dependent, so we'll see what the timing is supposed to be. I mean, I just need to go for the down arrow and aim for the shell in that vertical location, I think. And that's the right idea, but I missed. And you're recommending that I stay in front of the shell, presumably so I don't get pushed by the blue skull platforms, like I did on my previous attempt. The previous attempt where I managed to land on a shell, I should say. Look at that, look at that. Very cool. Oh, shouldn't have tried to jump there. I should have just ridden that one out. Very cool idea, though. And does require, you know, some degree of input from the player. It's something that, it's just a matter of landing in a safe location, but when you do it, it's just very satisfying to watch this in action, so. Definitely a bit of a cost of entry when it comes to jumping precision, but look at that. Okay. And, yeah. Love the smell of napalm in the morning. Do we ride it out from here? No, I have to... Okay, no, I had to get back onto shell, okay. So I did not expect to get pushed off like that. Don't adjust. Okay. I should just stay on and watch this as an auto level. Because it is very tempting to adjust in certain locations, but... Yep, I can see that I'm supposed to stay in front, which is good, because that kind of thing should be clear without having to be explained by the creator, but I think, you know, after somebody sort of wipes out with a bad landing on a shell and being pushed by the wave for being too central, after they've experienced that a few times, I think it's fairly clear what not to do. And yeah, I know that the front of the surfboard is where I should be going, but actually doing it is a little bit tricky. There we go. Like that, kind of like a half-tile displacement. Yeah, so the mistake I made was trying to adjust on top of the shell when I was in the middle segment over there, because look at this. Very cool. Maybe I should have hit that. Okay. Alright, fantastic ending. If that is in fact the ending. Serve Legend! Another checkpoint. Okay, we're not done yet. We're not done. We've got to do something that's actually execution dependent, maybe. Or note this is just the ending. And you just have a checkpoint there in case I die to the ending, as I very often would. Yeah, really fantastic, actually. It's kind of like the sort of pleasure of seeing that like a cutscene in an auto level, but you really have to earn it. Like, you have to earn the animation and just kind of land on the surfboard accurately. Like, it really does convey the feeling of riding the wave and then just kind of riding out the momentum very accurately, so. Yeah. I mean, obviously the fuzziness with the Lemmy balls in the first section is something that could be tidied up even further, but to some extent, the sub 1% clear rate on this now surprises me. Because there were definitely harder ones earlier in the series. And I think, you know, it's just a mix of the occasional jankiness with Lemmy and maybe people not really understanding how the shell ride was going to go. That would have deflated clear rate, but it does not feel like something that is sub 1% at all. Anyway, fantastic, really ambitious. I don't know if you had that in mind as the finale all along when you were developing the series. Something that you were gradually working towards, but a great way to finish off. So eventually we'll go back to do the ones that we didn't complete. I think I missed I missed a few of these in the middle, actually. So, thank you for that, Terminator. You had this in mind since part 2 or 3. Yeah, I love how the shell just landed exactly in that lower pocket. Whoops, I forgot to mark Colin as a win earlier. Let me just do that. Yeah, very satisfying to see that. Hey, GN, are you here? Pardon the very long wait so far for people who are still in the queue. I think they left some time ago. I don't see them in the chat, so this will be the one and only call. This is a Korean maker, and I find the user handle unpronounceable, so I just call them GN because like all their levels are GN World or something like that. Often some very good creations, but I don't mind if people have dipped because I know I took extremely long on some of the levels earlier, and so I don't blame most of you for that. And in fact, it will just kind of help me in some ways to have some people tap out in terms of actually being able to get through the queue. Artpop, are we going back to your super world? That will depend on whether you check in. Yeah, Artpop gave us a very relaxing traditional world earlier. And with the boss, that was a bit of a spike, but I see Artpop on the online list, so this will be first call. If you don't speak up, I'll bump you back one spot, but guess we'll just bump you back one spot. Tall Deer, are you still here? I don't remember if they said that they had to go. And yeah, I do expect lots of dipping at this point. So, I think Tall Deer actually did say goodbye, just didn't punch and leave earlier. So we'll just do a bit of a purge. That's okay, it works for me. I know Mimuga is here, so I think Mimuga is actually next. Sorry, just a bit of reordering here, unless Artpop checks in. Having that additional ping may be worth it, so Mimuga is definitely here. We'll look at VYV. 29B. ALF. Okay, Mimuga, given the length of the queue, and depending on the difficulty or length of the levels of the Super World, I may not go as long on it as I usually do in terms of continuing from one level to the next. But I'll see what I can do. I would say that I would certainly be willing to continue between levels, say, within the first 10 minutes or so, say. So, we'll see how it goes. We'll definitely at least give the first level a complete shot, depending on what kind of difficulty tuning we're in for, as we head into Skip Squeak Madness, where we're supposed to destroy 64 Skip Squeaks. And it's going to be an at least condition, so we know that not all of them are going to be required. And yeah, even if we only do the first level, then we at least get started with the Super World here. Yeah, I guess I was supposed to shoot everything. I mean, I can crush them, but I am clearly supposed to shoot from the cannon box. So that could have gone less disastrously if we had stayed in the car. Artpop, I did not remove you completely, I just bumped you back one spot. So you did not get completely ejected, you just have fantastic timing when it comes to bathroom stops. Yeah, so we just need to control our position back and forth, I think, and if I do that... thank you so much for the bits, by the way. For the cheer. For the sort of built-in applause. Well, it is an at least condition, so we'll see how flexible the at least condition actually is. I'm a little bit behind in position, as you can see. I was at 32. Yeah, definitely a bit of an arcade experience, this one. And I like having the at least condition, but certainly one thing that I'm not clear on is how close we are to that. I also have to watch out for some of those conveyors. I think the right strategy is to just kind of go forward and then back. Yeah. So we'll see how much tightness there is. I guess having the fire flower is okay because it... Well, that's okay. Well, at this point we just need to stomp on whatever can. I feel like I'm going to be way off the 64. As you can see, even after losing the car, there's a lot of damage boosting that I can do, but I'm not really getting very many kills, so... You can tell me there are around 80 skip squeaks, okay. Yeah, that's the thing that is unclear on the first pass, and which is sometimes good to mitigate with something like a reset door. Because then if the player really doesn't have a good estimate at all and somehow manages to survive at the end, you get a second shot. Otherwise you just reach the goal and think to yourself, well now what do I do? But I can't afford to be too imprecise. We have a bit of wiggle room here, but... Oh, I had a chance to get another cannon box. I just completely loved that. Okay. Losing the car is mostly going to be death, I think. So yeah, Art Pop, usually my policy is just that if I see people on the Twitch online list, which is kind of known to be a bit laggy and inaccurate, then I do kind of give them a second call before I remove them, just in case of people being AFK or behind on mobile or unable to reach their keyboard or all kinds of things that can happen. So, and I find that's usually enough to really distinguish, like, people who actually leave from people who just sort of accidentally stepped out for a moment when it was inconvenient. So, just the kind of optimization that you make after having seen a lot of viewer queues both as a viewer and as a streamer. Okay, we were actually quite close, except the custom scroll did push me pretty hard there. I didn't expect the scroll speed to pick up quite like that. Because at that point, since I wasn't actually driving the car at full speed, I was not able to keep up. And I didn't know that I was supposed to drive the car at full speed in that segment until the scroll picked up. So I think, from a sort of signaling perspective, you know, even something like some arrows would at least have given a visual indication that that increase in speed might be coming. Because by the time you notice that you're supposed to drive the car at full speed, it's too late to adjust already. You know what I'm trying to get at. Okay, let's just go for the next power-up. So yeah, got to go to 58 out of 64. But... yeah, but the thing about feeling chaotic is okay. But chaos is something that only works if the player feels like they have a chance to respond, right? Where if you have some kind of change in the level like the scroll speed, or some kind of new element coming in, you want to make sure they have a chance to actually play around that. And for the most part, here in this level, when I see sources of chaos, like the conveyor belts, for instance, or things parachuting in, that's fine, that's manageable. But when the scroll speed picks up, it's very difficult to adjust to that once you see it, because the window for reacting to it just isn't really there. So, I mean, it's alright to have levels that, and people will disagree with me on this, but it's alright to have levels that kind of have these arcade-style concepts where you're playing very reactively and where no single method is going to work consistently. But to do that, you have to make it so that it's satisfying to improvise a solution by having the chance to react to things. So that would be the advice I give for levels that are of this nature. Oops. That's okay, we'll see what I can do with it. But yeah, given that this is in the Super World, I really doubt I'll be able to play past the first one, and you know, you said that was okay earlier. We'll definitely only see this one. It's funny because since I played this from the Super World, I have no idea what the clear rate is, and just how badly I'm doing. Yeah. Like I said, a little bit difficult to react in some places. I wonder how survivable it is without the car. Since you do have plenty of chances to get more power-ups, I guess. Yeah, we're not going to make 64 at all. I was able to survive to some extent, but I'm much less bothered by the enemy spam than I am by the camera scroll, to be honest. I think it goes too fast at later segment. I know it's supposed to feel like the level is picking up, but I don't think it works well with staying in the car in particular, where the level is encouraging you to stay in the car at all times because of all the spikes, for instance. But when you are in the car, you have much less flexibility for adjusting your speed to move forward at short notice. And that's part of the problem. That, you know, if you're out of the car, okay, you can beat the auto-scroll, you can jump ahead like I'm doing here. If you're still in the car, you actually don't have that option. If you're still in the car, you pretty much have to accelerate or die. So I think there is a little bit of a conceptual conflict there, where, you know, normally the fast auto-scroll would work. For a car concept, I don't think it works. That's... But yeah, thank you for submitting this anyway, though. It's important, even with, you know, kind of arcadey levels like this one, or chaos levels, I guess, that we still kind of find ways to optimize them for fun, you know? Optimize them towards being more fun. Okay, 37. Yeah. And it doesn't help that there's no warning at all for the change in custom scroll. I feel like if the camera scrolling were at least better signaled, that this concept would work a lot better. But generally I find that custom scroll in this game, despite all the options that you're given to adjust speed and adjust angle and so on, I've actually seen very few things that make good use of it, other than puzzles that are, you know, scroll-based puzzles, for instance. But in terms of like actual platforming concepts that use the full range of what custom scroll gives you, like mostly I see it used as a screen locking device, the way it was in Ghosts of Oob, which I think taught a lot of people what the power of the custom scroll actually was going to be. It's actually something that is sort of in a standard auto-scrolling setup has generally not actually been used that well. I feel like there's a lot that can be done. The amount of flexibility we have for custom scroll in this game that has not really been properly explored. Yeah, I should be killing more of these with the car. That's what I should be doing. I feel like it is encouraging me to think about going left and right and dealing with the car a lot more than I'm doing. Which would require me not to get stuck behind walls. Yeah, it feels a lot better when I'm killing with the car as much as possible. Because then I can adjust my position a lot faster. And yeah, it's actually a lot more satisfying to do it this way. Also because it allows me to get out of trouble a little bit faster, not fast enough, clearly. And yeah, I'm not going to have enough here. Oh yeah. And hey, Safety of Man, interesting to see you over here at this hour, but it's going well. I left the queue open unwisely long today, I think, but we'll try to get through as much as we can. I also started a bit early, too. We had some levels that took way too long. Definitely already had one that I did not complete, because we were too sidetracked by talking about the purchasing power of countries as gauged by the Big Mac Index. It's about McDonald's in general, about the policies of McDonald's Wi-Fi. But the end result of that was simply just wiping out for half an hour on a 20-second level. And so occasionally, you know, we have pockets of slowdown like that. The 20-second level I'm describing was not the McDonald's Wi-Fi stage. The McDonald's Wi-Fi stage is something we played a few streams ago by Supernova, and which was actually pretty good. Even if the McDonald's character to it was mostly cosmetic. But no, somehow the conversation earlier today turned to McDonald's pricing in Geneva, where it's supposedly the most expensive in the world. And perhaps we got a little bit sidetracked by that. A McDonald's waifu stage. Or, you know, finding the Big Mac that is the right match for you and claiming it as your own. Okay, let's go over here. Anyway, over here we go. And up, yeah. Just bust them down with a car if I can. Jumping on them with a car gets me out of position for too long, unfortunately. You found a really great Super Mario World Super World today, okay. But no, a Safety of Man, you should actually maybe pass that code to us in the Discord. In case we get that in eventually. Although, given how backlogged I am with stuff that I want to run on this stream, maybe sometime before I see that. So you can also just tell us about it. Tell us how it went. So it was all Super Mario World? Is that the implication? Okay, we're gradually getting the hang of this. And once you do get the hang of it, it is actually quite playable. You just need to have pretty good control with the car in terms of understanding how to change direction. I still am not really a fan of the scroll acceleration. I think the game over is maybe a good time to bail on this. But thank you for that anyway, Bamuga. We may have to get back into it some other time. I'm curious about the clear rate. Let's take a look. Where was it? Is it way back because it's at the beginning of your super world? I think it might be way, way back. All the way up to this. Nope, not that far. I think I skipped right over it. Sorry, just going to scroll around to see if we can find what that was. Squeak Madness, here we go. Ah, okay, no, I was looking for a flag, that's why, and it didn't register. Didn't know that it didn't register when you just wipe out on the first level of a super world. But apparently that's what happens. So, 5%, really? Huh. Didn't manage to do it with 5%? I guess I'm just a bad driver. Terrible driver. Anyway, you're quite welcome to resubmit eventually so we can push through our world, but I think the game over is actually a good place to stop for now, just given the current length of the queue, so let's mark that as a loss. Continue. Art Pop Rain, yeah, speaking of super worlds. Let's get back into this one. I might not do a full World 2 like I did earlier. But let's see. And yeah, Mamunga, I think I saw Lucky as Cat say something earlier about tapping out, but we'll be diligent about checking anyway. We'll get through at least one level. The queue is long enough now that I might not continue as generously as usual, but let's see World 2. Puzzle Wuzzle. Ah, yes, you said this was a puzzle world. Great. Okay. Let's see if there's anything here that's timing dependent. No, we can just stare at this, except, of course, for the Koopa spawning up on the pipe. Looks like the Thwomp is going to raise the bombs. You know how I know this? Because this was actually the same interaction as in the very first room of the first level I made in Maker. So, bomb is going to ignite, and it's going to toggle the on-off switch. But we need a second bomb there in order to get me through to the left for the P-switch. I can see, by the way, that this is not scroll locked on either side, and that's important to keep in mind. P-switch, if we decide to step on it, is going to unlock whatever the blaster wants to give me, but let's check the left side just to see what's going on. Okay. Let's see what the blaster gives me. Spring, okay. Let's collect this so I continue to have access to the spring. I will also be grabbing more P-switches. And here we go. Yeah, pretty straightforward so far. Looks like the idea will be to kick a bomb over to the left. Let's let that blow up, though. Nope. Too risky. Lots of people encountered the same problem by the looks of it. Wait. Let's wait for that. Okay. And then let's do this again. And grab the spring. And I don't think I actually needed to take a P-switch up, but we'll do that anyway in case I'm slow. Okay, here we are. Yeah, it looks like we do need to step on a bomb as soon as it comes out, otherwise it will not go well. Yeah, not really too fond of the spike placement there. But that's because I don't trust my throwing abilities. Let's wait for the bomb. Wait for the bomb. And pop that up. Okay. Grab this. Toss this over. I'm jumping into the spike. Yeah, I know. My mistake. But, yeah, I'm just misjudging the throwing distance in the bomb, obviously. Since I'm trying not to deflect it against myself, I feel like I have to throw it close, even though it's not actually necessary. There we go. Go all the way. Looks very much like I can just bomb some of this, to be honest. Although P-switch is the better method for it. And of course we have the second P-switch still available if we, for some reason, take this too slowly. We took it too slowly, look at that. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, eventually going to have to figure out where to get a key. And I think we'll have to work our way back down for that. Using our newfound power. It'll give me ice, which will give me POW number 1. If I respawn here, I should be able to get another POW, actually, for the Munchers. No, except that'll respawn to Munchers as well, so I need to think about this. No, I just need to grab a shell and send it over. Let's spawn one. Nope. Send it over to grab the key. Okay. Back up we go. Okay, fairly straightforward. That's a completion. Okay, in accordance with the usual Superworld policy, we may have time for one more. Since we got through that pretty quickly. So, puzzle a duzzle. First the wuzzle, then the duzzle. Looks like this is going to be one screen. Idea is going to be get through the key door, and we'll have to get through the key over here. Looks like that would require bombing the blocks or destroying them in some other fashion. And that toggling the on-off switch and respawning into this room would leave the Munchers above the on-off blocks that would then allow me to slip something through. So for example, if the blocks were hit by a shell, and you might spawn a bomb or something. So on-off switch also allows me to... that's very satisfying. On-off switch also allows me to grab the P over here. Going through the door will allow me to grab the shell. I can put on the shell as a helmet. If it's spawning from the pipe, then I can put it on as a helmet and also use it to hit the question block here, which will do something under the Muncher, I'm sure. Also allows me to hit the on-off switch from the side. Now, what does the P-switch do? P-switch mostly serves to drop the springs, which is interesting because it means that if I fired a shell from the left to right, a shell would actually land on top of the spring while the P-switch is active, and that would hit the POW. Now, of course, I can't actually get to this position here because of the placement of the bumper. I would have to go through the door, fire the shell to the left, have it deflect, go over the spring while the P-switch is active, go up, hit the POW. So let's do that. Let's grab a helmet too. So let's just watch the deflection pattern over here. Then go back in when the state is off. No, when the state is off. Okay. The state is off. Oh, okay. No, that's an interaction we've seen before where you go through the door before the state has actually been toggled, but by the time you're through the door, it has in fact changed from on to off. Somebody else showed me that. In fact, 2 different people showed me that independently over the past few weeks. Okay, so what's going to happen now is I'm going to take the P-switch through with me. I'm going to hit the P-switch, and then I'm going to send a shell over. No, I said I'm going to take the P-switch. Take the P-switch. I could even stomp on it here and go through. Now, in fact, it might be better. There we go. But then resetting through the door brings back the munchers, and so that's not necessarily what I want to have happen until this has been deactivated. Yeah, once this has been deactivated, I need a way to then send another shell over by killing this existing shell. Unless, of course, I just come back here in the state. I mean, it does respawn to munchers. Notice the munchers stacking now. Okay, so we're missing one step, which is killing the shell. And I'm wondering about how we can do that. We can, of course, always have a second switch available. Perhaps. So for example, let's say I activate one P-switch, switch doors, grab the second P-switch, then send a shell over. So here's the idea. Hit the P-switch, go through, grab another P-switch. Here. No, we need... Too slow. Really not too slow. We're fine. But the P is a bit of a weird position, so let me just put this on for no reason. Let me just try to swap somehow. Nope. That works too. Sure. Let me just jump on the P-switch, and that will kill the shell. But I want to kill the shell in a specific state. It needs to be in the off state. No, sorry, the on state. On state, jump. There we go. The shell is going to die, and then we send another shell down. That grabs the key. Well, that almost grabs the key. And we are done. Okay, I think doing 2 is probably a good way to go. Always do appreciate puzzles, so that one was actually kind of neat. Just add that element of an additional step where you feel like you're very close to the end and you just need to make one adjustment, which is always kind of a nice logical flow to one-screen layouts in particular. So thank you for that. Definitely looking forward to progressing through more puzzles, but we are just going to exit this for now. So we are at roughly kind of the 13-minute mark. So usually I do one more, but we have a long enough queue that I am a little bit cautious. Yeah, thank you for those so far, though. Really am enjoying them. Mark that as a win. Let me see what's going on with the list. Okay, as we were saying earlier, I believe the luckiest cat actually did say goodbye for now, or not. I may be wrong because I do still see the luckiest chat in the chat. Possibly lurking, so. The luckiest cat, please check in. Cat told you that you should read this level because it's amazing. If it turns out, ArtPop, that a bunch of the remaining people aren't here, can I do one more? I would like to get through the people in the queue first, but if you are still around at the end and we have time, then yeah, I might be able to plug in one more. I don't know if I'll do one more right this moment. Because I do know that some of the other submissions that are coming in later in the queue may be on the longish side. So, yeah, usually when I do have time at the end from people dropping out, I do either tag an additional thing on or reopen one last time for people who are over here. I don't know if I can do that today, but I will definitely try if we get through things quickly. Let's see here. So yeah, looks like nothing from Cat, although as per policy, because I do see them on the notoriously laggy Twitch list for online, we'll just bump back one spot and look at Supernova. Supernova, a very memorable GDQ maker code. Surely you are still here. But we'll just give you a moment to check in. And one moment. Yeah, Supernova is usually sticking around pretty long, so like this might also be a rip. That's okay, we'll just do a little bit of reordering. And Swansong, you will otherwise be next. Let me just do some back-end queue management here, just to make sure we have everything ordered properly. But Swansong will plug you in next if we don't have a check-in. So it's funny because I was originally saying, oh, wouldn't it be nice to end with Swansong as a Swansong, and we actually have so much coming for you. So let me just punch in next. And that will be 23F SS5 CG. Thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long road to get here. Okay, question mark. 1. Simple platforming with a few enemies to the tune of about 7%. Let's take a look. Melody 64. Which I guess is a kind of swan song. Okay. Oh, very SMB1-like, actually, considering that this is a new soup level. But the kind of ideas that we have so far are things I feel like that could have been from the very first game, other than that cannon down low, of course. Yeah, of course we're going for it. Of course we are. Whoops. Not entirely a good idea. That's okay. I don't want to ride out the block. I think the idea all along was that I was supposed to ride out the block, but we'll just do that. And look at all those question blocks that are being loaded in belatedly. Lots of stuff coming in long after we had abandoned it. That was risky. Interesting. Yeah, of course. Of course I'm curious. Not that curious. But we'll check the green pipe. We'll check the green pipe. That was not expected, since the level had played pretty fair with me so far, even if it is spawning the occasional Goomba. It's funny because I remember when Nintendo was first promoting Mario Maker 1, and they were really excited about showing off the concept of people being able to control each other by spawning enemies from bricks. Like, that was one of the selling points of the game, was spawning enemies wherever you liked. You know, back when they were kind of selling people on the idea of Mario Maker 1 with no concept of what sort of madness they would be encouraging. I think it would be pretty interesting now to look back at the promotional Nintendo stuff, like from the Nintendo World Championship back in 2015. The last E3, in fact, when Satoru Iwata was still alive. Yeah, this looks like it's just a bonus segment. That's fine. And, whoops. You know what, we can just wall jump up this guy. There we go, much better. Safety of man, you're saying it feels rare to get enemies out of question blocks? You clearly haven't seen that many actual troll levels. Much less garbage levels. Because I think that is very much a feature of some of the Endless experience, which I wouldn't really know much about firsthand because I have too much other content to play. I mean, I make fun of Endless a lot, and I'm actually out of touch with it enough that I don't know if it's as bad as I claim. Sort of assume it is. Oh, tossed this guy. I mean, it was pretty rough in the early days of the game, but not nearly as rough as Maker 1. Yeah, look at that, this placement of the cheap down there. That's okay, we created it for a 1-up, basically. Not Super Mario World, so we can't just break those by spinning on top. See, most of this stuff is pretty reasonable. This is clearly a shell location. Yeah, of course we're trying it. In case it spawns a muncher that laughs at me or something. But no, even the enemy locations here are more or less harmless. Okay, these segments are always a little bit weird, but... Okay, it's not difficult. You know what this reminds me of? You know how sometimes in very elaborate and graphically intensive 3D games, they'll occasionally just have a crawl space that disguises a loading zone, where the reason that you have to, you know, kind of squish yourself in a gap or something to go from one area to another is that the game is just kind of taking its time to stall you while it's loading something else. This is what this corridor reminds me of. I most recently saw that in Jedi Fallen Order, I want to say, because it was the last game I played that really did a lot of that all over the place. You think you'll miss the shock and unexpected nature of that kind of design from standard Nintendo? I don't know if I will. I think it's kind of important for standard Nintendo to feel standard. Because then you can kind of read the level by applying your knowledge of what kind of expectations of fairness are things that you can count on. Okay, we'll just let everything drop. One by one. No need to fight with this. At this point, I don't actually know if the key coins are hard requirement. And here we go. I think it's actually kind of essential to the Nintendo concept that you're able to tell yourself, does this seem like something Nintendo would do when you were playing an official level? And yeah, okay, sure, it's not going to go as crazy as some of the stuff you see in Mario Maker as an experience, but not so sure it's an issue. There's a certain amount of chaos, but also a certain amount of control. I mean, as I often discuss, one of the reasons I enjoy puzzle levels as much as I do is because even if the ideas are completely new, you are all working from the same engine and the same rule set, and making inferences from that rule set the same way that in a Nintendo level you would be drawing conclusions from its Nintendo-ness. This is all the way onto the right side. I feel like I should have flag access if I just go down here. And that if I dropped straight down, I would have seen what was through the key door. Okay. Thank you for the submission. I think it's a level that has some platforming segments rather that were clearly thought through, but which feels a little bit scattered. You know what I mean? With some spots that, you know, look like they're not quite sure what they're doing. I mean, I guess it is sort of a question mark -1, as if to prepare us to anticipate some kind of mishmash. But yeah, thank you for that. It's a little bit uneven, I think, but I liked some of the simple platforming that we saw. Yeah, I see in the title screen now what the bonus room location actually is. If we had fallen through there and looked for the key door. The issue with that, of course, is that you don't really know where the key door is coming and when it's coming, and so it's a bit of a blind drop at the end, where you just have to trust your knowledge of the engine when it comes to where the flag is going to be placed relative to the right side boundary of the screen. So, thank you for submitting anyway. Always happy to do playtesting. And hopefully that was helpful. And look forward to catching more from you next time. And Mang, you're not able to stay? Okay, that's fine. I know that maybe that was a bit of a tall order to tag onto the very end of the queue. But Mang, I certainly hope you enjoyed the 19 clears from Supernova earlier today. Speaking of which, last call for Luckiest Cat. Who I think is gone by now. And you submitted a joke level anyway, okay. I just assumed as always that you would submit your maker code, but I wasn't really paying attention, so. Okay, let's remove Luckiest Cat. And Mang, always glad you are here to enjoy the stream. Whether you wind up getting around to you or not. So. Safety of Man, I have played every Ninja level. I got a silver medal on the first one because I didn't really know what I was doing or what the medal system benchmarks were going to be, and I have gotten a gold medal on all of the ones since, but I'm never really, you know, top in the boards or anything. I'm usually kind of around top 2%. Because I don't really find speedrunning in terms of the micro optimizations to be much fun. Last call for Supernova while I talk. I do find the route finding and the kind of planning and strategizing when you're reading a new level to be a lot of fun. So usually that's the extent of what I do with the Ninja levels. I just kind of do a blind read by myself, see how far it can get me. That usually winds up at around top 2%, and then afterwards I see what the top speedrunners have been doing. It looks like Supernova is going to be out. I just assumed that he fell asleep on me or something for once. Then Supernova also had a pretty long streaming day, I think, prior to coming here. Let's take a look at Nintenium, if you are still here. Oh yeah, given the pace, I think Nintenium is also gone, actually. I don't see them on the online list. So yeah, Art Pop, things are looking up, actually. Oh no, you are here. Great. So yeah, you see, that's why I don't trust the Twitch list. Things are looking decent for perhaps one more Art Pop puzzle at the end, but we'll see. I mean, they have been rather short. But there is always some possibility that I need to go on very short notice, so... Let's take a look at Snowy Mountain Trail, which is going to be at around 6.4%, definitely on the lighter side from Nintenium, but of course with very few plays since this was just uploaded some hours ago. Hike in a mountain on a snowy day. Certainly the season for that, apparently. Okay. Does require you to, you know, pay attention, but luckily not that tight despite how it looks. I say that, of course, just as I failed to develop enough acceleration to get there. Yeah, very much like a roughly authentic experience. Yes, Safety of Men, this is music that is original to Maker 2, and it was in fact composed by Koji Kondo, the original composer of SMB1, and so much more besides. They basically had him compose new themes for anything that was missing in the original styles of the respective games. Now, the interesting thing is that if you've been paying close attention, the music that was introduced in Mario Maker 1 has already made its way back into mainline Mario. And I would assume that as we go on, that's going to be the case for Mario Maker 2 as well. So the specific thing I'm thinking of is that the SMB1 airship theme that was introduced for the first time in Mario Maker 1 became an airship motif that was present in the music for Super Mario Odyssey. As though it had been there all along, and as though the airship theme just existed since 1985. So that's been something really interesting to be attentive to for people who are into Mario music. No, just one short bounce. Don't know why I thought that would be fine. So yeah. But lots going on in all of the stuff that was added to SMB1. Not just the music, but also the artwork. I just love the style. Especially at night. I find that the winter style for SMB1 has really become a very organic part of the game. Once again, as though it were there all along. Whereas that's partly because I've spent so much time in Mario Maker at this point that, you know, I feel like most of the things introduced in Maker 2 just have been around forever. Very difficult to remember a time before the Bone Shell. I always misread icicles that are kind of, for aesthetic reasons, placed at the bottom of mushroom platforms and semi-solids and so on. It must be the color, because I know in my head that that's not a hard wall, but the decorations fool me, and of course the decorations are there so the icicles are not just stalactites hanging in midair. So I do appreciate a little bit of extra effort to make things look coherent, which I've become accustomed to from Nintenium's submissions here. I think these levels do look consistently pretty nice. I mean, look at the attention to the ground tile decorations, actually, the little doodads that add a little bit of variety here. I can tell that you definitely pay attention to placing those. So yeah, pretty relaxing. Has a stroll through all these platforming obstacles. And also some opportunity to catch up, which is always something I like about auto-scroll levels. I mean, we were a little too far behind, to be honest. But with auto-scroll levels, I do like it when they have a certain push and pull tension to them, where, you know, you try to buy time by staying ahead, and if you happen to fall behind, you kind of have this mad scramble to catch up. And having a little bit of that elasticity to be slightly ahead or slightly behind is, I think, very often what makes auto-scroll fun. When it is fun, which is not always. Okay, up we go. And let's see here. But yeah, safety of man, if you bother to just look up the airship music in Odyssey, it's, I think, in one of the very first cutscenes. You'll recognize it immediately from Maker. Okay. Here we go. But yeah, so much of the additions in Maker 2 are just second nature by now. Very hard to remember a time before many of these things came into play. Okay. Munchers are mostly there to scare you, but I could definitely have imagined slamming into them. Those pigs farting at the end. Yeah, I think the pacing is fine for auto-scroll. I do find that, obviously, with the final platform at the end, there was that risk of boarding it a little too late and getting pushed out, in a way that came as a bit of a surprise. But that's... I think having that pressure from the screen scroll works well with what you are asking the player to do, just to add a little bit of time pressure to, you know, decide on a jump quickly. And the spacing is good enough that it doesn't feel tight when you do that. That it doesn't feel like you have to do high-speed precision or anything like that. So I think I did lower the clear rate, but thankfully not by much. Thank you for the GG. Let's mark that as a win. Continue. Electrodude. Let's take a look at the list. Electrodude, I will play yours, but given the length of time that we would spend on yours, is it okay if I do that one bonus puzzle from Art Pop first? Since that was kind of arranged earlier. Is it okay if we sneak that one in to just make up for what we had? It'll be very quick. The bot will still list everything as Electrodude's code, so that will of course be a disaster, but yeah, let's just go back to Art Pop briefly. We'll just do one more, because you love showing off puzzles on the stream. And yeah, Electrodude, since you're going to be the closing level, we can spend some time on that and hopefully get through more of subterranean spikeball saving than we had before, and just kind of use that opportunity to die a lot while talking. Before that, though, we'll just tag in one extra puzzle. Yeah, otherwise, Art Pop Brain might have to wait for quite a while. Here's Puzzle Truzzle. Oh, I see. Puzzle Wuzzle is number 1. Puzzle Duzzle is the double, so number 2. Puzzle Truzzle is 3. So this is actually an original counting system where you have to learn your numbers. Wuzzle, Truzzle. Wuzzlefish. Duzzlefish. Redfish, bluefish, depending on whether the state is set to on or off. Okay, so one screen puzzle. One screen puzzle. The objective will be to get past a key door, I think. Looks very much like it, which means that eventually we'll need to have a too high stack if we kind of stack diagonally, like pow here, get through with a key. Do we know where a key is going to be? I see P doors that are to the left and right. I see this being breakable with a spiny hat, and this being breakable with a spiny hat. Yes, key is on the bumper. The key is on a bumper, which implies that it's going to be going through the P door, holding something like a shell, and firing at the key. You did that by accident, the double triple thing. Okay, well. Language just works by accident much of the time anyway, so all is forgiven. On switch here is reachable right now, as is. Which is fine, because it just means that we'll grab this right away. And it does mean that we can grab this right away. As well as this. Except that kills everything, never mind. So we can reset out of that. Also notice that if I had decided to... I guess I have to wear the spiny hat, just given how it's placed, but if I had decided to carry the spiny shell somehow, which I don't think I can do, we would have been able to bust through here. Now, I guess the point of the fuzzy shell is that eventually that's going to be the thing we throw. I want to get back into the off state first. Now, there is something I'm supposed to throw through there, I think, in order to hit the question blocks. Also that I would have to do some POW activations, I think, in order to open up the Muncher Gate there. Yeah, definitely think about the Muncher Gate and what to do with that. One other thing is that I can hit this block from below if I just stack. In fact, if I stack kind of along the diagonal once again. Along the diagonal once again. Then should be able to do this, actually. Oh, actually, I can just get into this location and just bust through everything. Yeah, because I don't want to hit this yet until I know what it spawns, because I would want to take damage so I can actually come down here and hit that. Whoops. I can take this. I can take damage. Pop this. Bomb. Okay. Not expect that. Given the bomb, yeah. Bomb looks like it's sort of intended for this location, actually. But let me check the other question block. I mean, you're supposed to hit it from the side. Oh, interesting. So that's also a bomb. But it's just going to die immediately from collision. So let me think about this, because I think there... Now that we've busted through all of this, there's something that's probably going to happen if I go back down. Also, just going to check one thing. Okay. It's being absolutely clear. I mean, we can get through 2 munchers now, and get through the P-door, but I don't have something I can use to throw at the key. Maybe I do, actually. Let me think about this. Yeah, if I expend both of the POWs, I would need to use the spring to get over. And I would still need to jump over one muncher, unless, of course, I hit something directly with a POW, which can be done. Let me just do this. Just for safety. Alright, that's fine. We can grab the P-switch. I mean, we can grab the remaining muncher as well. I'm thinking about the POW collision, potentially, with the P-switch. I mean, I think the implication is that the shell is the object we eventually want to use, and that the bombs are somehow relevant. But I want to take the P-switch up first. This. Take the POW up second. Oh no, bad idea. I made a mistake. Forgot about the P blocks and how they would block me. Okay, guess we have to redo some of that. Bombs are just to blow up that spot, and I just cleared it differently. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Given that the bombs are single use. P-switch, of course, you know what, I'm doing something very silly here. I'm forgetting that P-switch would just take these coins out. In spite of having activated the P-switch previously and looked at that. Oh, we have to come back through here. Grab the shell. Do I need a spiny shell for anything else? I don't think I do, so it's okay if we just keep the Buzzy helmet. And so yeah. Zan, let's stack. Whoops. And just redo this with the 89 seconds we have remaining. No, I don't want to kill the shell like that. I forgot about that. Hang on. May run out of time here if I'm not careful. I'd somehow not really thought about the fact that... Yeah, no, the shell is in a claw. It doesn't die. It's just that I had accidentally dropped it already. Might as well clear this one out just in case. Okay. I'm going to grab this shell. One moment here. I'm going to set this down gently. 40 seconds. And get on the other side with the P-switch. No, on-off state. Forgot about it. My mistake. You know what? I could have done a kind of half-tile thing there. Okay, 20 seconds. This attempt is not going to happen. Yeah, have a good night, safety man. Alright, let's do this again. Over here. I wonder if one POW is enough to get on top of this jump. No, I don't think so. Nope, didn't think so. But we have everything we need. I just need to respawn occasionally. And yeah, Safety of Men, thanks for coming by for as long as you have today, which is, as usual, quite an extensive stay, so always good to see you here. Hope you've gotten as much enjoyment out of this as you can manage. Yeah, okay, so no harm in just busting the bombs then. I don't actually need them. So yeah, we're actually back in position already, which is great. Even have to correct on-off state. It's just that, oh no, need to not drop the Buzzy helmet. I see what's happening here. Going for the P-switch is the thing that is dropping the Buzzy helmet. One thing we should fix immediately is grab all this stuff. I can even probably toss the shell up here. Very fancy. Now we'll grab the spring. Down here. Don't really need to be complete about clearing the munchers, but it just makes my life easier. I forgot to P-switch. I forgot to P-switch because we had already used it. That's okay, that's okay. So, yeah, you know, I can just take out the munchers one stack at a time. It's not the biggest deal. And just jump over the lower one if I can. Except now we don't have access to spring, but that's okay because taking the P-switch through the door in fact solves all of that stuff in terms of not dropping the shell. Solves it completely, in fact. Indeed, that's what I was doing earlier. Did not run into the shell dropping issue. Yeah, take this down. Take this down. Up we go. And up we go. And then we grab the shell and... Whoops. Okay. Good that I didn't do anything much worse than that. On-off state is currently correct. Drop this guy here. Should have everything at this point. Drop this here. Grab the key. Not get trapped. And then go for the double stack. Here. Very inaccurate double stack. Let's grab a helmet. Sure, why not? And let's grab a P. We don't know where the door actually goes yet. I assume that it's just a goal, but we don't have enough information to say. That's it. Thank you for that, Art Pop Rain. I need to not mark that as a win because we are actually on Electrodude's code, which is coming up very shortly. Yeah, glad we could sneak in a little bit extra before we get into Puzzle Quadruzzle some other day. The next one I've actually played, and that's okay. We're not going to see it right now. So. Next time. Thank you for that. And for Electrodude's code, I mean, I could just pull it up on my list, but good grind. There is a puzzle, but it isn't the next one. Okay. I mean, could just as easily be 5. Wouldn't puzzle. All right. Let's do some of the part 2 practice again today, I think. I made a decent amount of headway with it yesterday. Feels like I do need to stick with it a little bit more just to familiarize myself with it. Assuming that I don't just go on autopilot and do the first segment anyhow. 4 is schmuzzle, okay. Well, if that's just the counting system you're working with, I'm not really in a place to complain. And thank you for the cheers. And we'll see you around, Art Pop. Okay, practice room. Yeah, that one... I can just tell that that particular shell is going to give me tons of grief when I try to string this together from the first half to the second half. I can just tell. Even once I have it down in practice. That's okay. We'll eventually find a consistent distance for that throw. But yeah, Electrodude, hope you're doing well, and that the building of your latest creation is also a process that has been going smoothly. And I guess we'll stay on this for as long as it makes sense to do so. So yeah, still kind of getting warmed up in terms of just being able to read this thing. Because especially on the tail of a puzzle level, I do need to get my level reading back up to speed. You probably know from experience. Because there is that initial slowness of still reading at puzzle speed. Whoops, too close. Laying down to finishing touches. Wow, you've been working on that rather quickly. Yeah, because I only now feel like I have the beginnings of a working concept of the next thing that I've been building, so I had to really struggle with that for a while to make anything work. But I think it's finally crystallizing into something playable. A long ways from where you are, though, in terms of closeness to completion. So, just get in here. Okay, I was expecting that shell jump and I was standing a little bit too close. That is as far as I've managed to get. I've gotten over to Pokey once, I think. Made a good call not making it too long. Yeah, for the sake of diversity from level to level, I guess. But yeah. There were a lot of things in building some of the concepts that I had recently been playing with that were really serious obstacles when it came to consistency and vulnerability to cheese and so on. And part of it is that I just have been very out of practice actually finishing anything in the editor, and so, you know, after a long time away, as I'm sure many of you know from taking breaks from making, it can actually be difficult to get back into that pattern again. You know, thinking like a maker and going through the process like you might have done when you are making levels at a much faster pace. It's nice to be back in it, though, even if not much has happened with it yet. I do need to bounce on top of the spring, and then the next target after that will be the claiming of the Buzzy Shell on top of the mole that's to the right of the spring. That next jump. Gotta stay cool here. Making a level too long can result in a lack of motivation in finishing it. I don't know about that. I don't think I get that, actually. But it depends on how you build. I find that I don't really build in a linear order. Like, usually I have to fill in some kind of middle segment last, or opening segment last. And so, I mean, that's not always how it happens at the end of revision. Usually, might have to just overhaul the ending at the end of all that, but I feel like I have a well-defined ending ahead of time, very often. But then you start running into entity limit and all that, and revisions have to come anyway. But it takes a while to get that initial framework down. It's always kind of interesting to see other makers, especially watch some maker streams from people who know what they're doing, and see just how people think about approaching the structure of their level, whether they lay down the structuring idea first, whether they finish things in order, whether they just kind of make it up as they go, which is also sometimes very good. Yeah, just missed that second bounce. And yeah, as you can see in this level, whoops, you do build in a way that a lot of the systems are quite interactive in such a way that you cannot just test from the middle. You do have to test very often from the start, just so you can have, I guess, things like the spike balls here behave the way they would in the finished live situation. If you're using them as the triggers or everything else. I think the hardest one from you that I've cleared so far must be the Yoshi one that you actually sent me fairly early on, relative to the other things you submitted to the stream last year. And I remember noticing that about the Yoshi level as well, that there's really quite a lot going on in these in terms of large-scale dependencies that require you to start the whole thing, start the whole segment, in order to see properly. And here we go. Okay, so that's actually the last shell jump before I go through the gate. If I am doing this the standard way, I of course missed the last jump. I would ram into the wall at the end anyway. I would ram into the wall that's created by the on-off state when you were going to the practice room directly. But it seemed like for everything after the practice room segment, I was one jump from the end. So that was a surprising amount of progress, but I've basically mapped that out in terms of how everything is going to look. Yeah, so if I land on that shell accurately at the end, that's all there is to it. It's just a last shell throw, so that feels pretty manageable, in fact. And so if I can get that jump, I'll go back to practicing the first segment. The end is in sight. What is not in sight is the middle. Didn't even take me that much time to see that much improvement. Partly because I think the sequence of interactions after the pokey are comparatively straightforward. I mean, if you're still able to land on shells at that point, you're relatively set. Although, of course, the last jump is something that I would still need to put together. No. So yeah, that's a very rapid improvement, in fact. Something that formerly seemed way out of my reach. Whoops. So yeah. It also helps when it comes to Mario Maker that I think outside of Mario Maker, there's just not much on my game calendar in the coming months. I mean, I always have a lot of backlogs sitting around, but Nintendo has been announcing things on such short notice ever since the pandemic began that when I look at the calendar of games I want to play, there's not much that I would rather play than just more Mario Maker. Original version of this had another far shell jump instead of a surf. Yeah. No, I think this looks pretty good as is. I'm happy with how that's going. And I know what you mean by the far shell jump. If you're talking about something that would be equivalent to Big Koopa moment, that is in the first half. Where you do have to follow a long deflection Okay, I'm not getting a full jump sometimes, and I feel like I do have to get a full jump in order for the timing to be properly synchronized. Yeah, still not always making that first shell. I feel like that first shell, once again, will give me grief when I approach it from the standard path. So, it's okay. Getting better at it with practice. Not getting better at that with practice. Yeah, I just want to see if I can nail the jump at the end of the practice segment, having not done it before. And then I'll go back to the first segment after that. Oh, miss. Sometimes I do a bit of directional adjustment up top just to see if I can. But yeah, it'll be nice to sort of finish on this today unbounded, whether I am able to clear it or not. So I can have some proper time to properly get in the flow of how this is going to go. Whoops, bad idea. Thing is, far shell jumps are the same as normal ones, but they feel harder. Yeah, I mean, often visibility makes a massive difference. It's like a bit of a soft skill, but, you know, really camera control and perception are so key to platformers in a way that people don't consider enough. I find that very often just one of the main things I kind of criticize in this stream, in fact, with a lot of other levels, is whether sufficient attention has been devoted to camera, so... Hey, there we go. Go. Whoops. Yeah, still not getting jumps that are as full as they need to be, I think. But if I can hit the final shell, even if I'm crashing against the on-off wall at the end, I'll feel very satisfied with practicing this, given that I had barely seen this previously. Yeah. Nope. That's going to take quite a bit of work. It's going to burn a lot of time, I can just tell. Up we go. Yeah, not doing a good release there. I could definitely work on the red shell release. I am having some issues with it, clearly. Just tons of interlocking parts all over. Plus a bunch of ice blocks that don't interlock or interact with anything at all, but which are there for decoration. Nope. Just timed that completely. I felt out of position even when I was grabbing the buzzy shell there, so... Okay. Down we go. Nope. But yeah, it definitely feels like the jump before the pokey is one of the hardest jumps here. Given that it seemed like a lot of clear sailing. The first jump here is the hardest, though, I think. At least for me. If I can make it a first jump, I usually feel like I have a bit of momentum going into the rest. Hey, nope, just didn't flow. It didn't throw rather completely, just decided to crash into that. Honestly, I'm still in a bit of disbelief sometimes that I am managing to land any shell jumps at all. Very easy to forget how far I've come with that, just in terms of getting very basic stuff done. Whoops. After a little while, you can kind of see that sort of continuity between getting from being a player who doesn't know how to shell jump to eventually being a player who is good at them. You can kind of see how to fill in that gap, even if you can't quite do it within a reasonable amount of time. You know, and you can see what the gameplay looks like when you're kind of in between those two extremes and learning how to do these things. So, yeah, there's been a clear improvement, I think. But it is one of those things, as I was, I think, discussing with Mang yesterday, in fact, where the skill level that is on display among the people around you in the streaming environment is something that is very, very high. And so you're just kind of constantly exposed to how much better you could be. That's the way it is with most things that you bother to master, of course. I mean, I certainly think it's the way with how I play Scrabble, for instance, where, you know, I might stream it at what looks like a very advanced level to a lot of people, but the other people who stream it are generally much, much better. In that it's a lot of the national or world championship level players who mostly do that. And so that's something that you just kind of become conscious of in terms of knowing that you have tons of room for improvement. I never know how fun these are to actually watch. I mean, this one, there's, of course, a lot of pleasure in just seeing the setups come together in terms of how the interactions are cascading into each other. But I mean the actual process of seeing a player die to some of this stuff over and over. It has a very different appeal, I think, than the spectator value of a lot of other level styles. But the technique is cool when it comes together, right? So it is fun to watch in that respect. I mean, even as a player, it's fun to watch, just because it is very dynamic and just full of movement. I find reusing elements across the stage, as I've said many times, is always kind of pleasant in its own right. You know, just to see how an object changes its context as you play. Okay. I feel like I've regressed a bit, given that I had reached the last jump twice previously, and I have not really even come close to that since. So. Nope, way off. I knew that was way off. Okay. Nope. Need to aim a little better towards that slower P block. I can see it fairly well. It didn't take me too many attempts previously to stick that landing, but I think once again it's usually because I'm not reading the marker, I'm reading the object, and I'm reading the object rather than the marker. It's very easy for this. Lesson may just be to actually aim for the marker. But sometimes, you know, you look at a marker and you think, no, that can't be right. That's got to be approximate, and it's probably half a tile off or something. And then when you actually do it, you realize, okay, turns out I should have trusted the marker. But yeah, here we go. Yeah, because I'm trying to sort of second guess the shell position by aiming for a particular location, and if I do that, I end up one tile too far to the left, usually, in that specific setup. So through the door we go once again, and okay. So how was your Easter breakfast anyway? I know you said something about that when you came in to stream and tagged yourself to the queue. I don't think you actually said what the breakfast was, or I just missed that. I have nothing fancy prepared over here on my end. Often because I don't really do much in the way of breakfast. Special occasions. That may, of course, be something worth fixing. Okay, tap this. Up we go. Nope, still missing that one. And as usual with the Kaizo skill set, one of the things that I often have trouble with is reading what kind of adjustment I should be making to make something work, whether I'm too close or too far, too high or too low. Being able to understand those adjustments, I think, is something that takes a bit of practice. Yeah, you see, I think I'm firing that too early. Ah, some bread out of the oven. Hey. Yeah, nice to have a good start like that before you kind of undergo the equivalent of Easter service by watching Toadette rather die for everybody's sins and get resurrected not long after. And anyway, here we go. No, I don't tend to do anything terribly interesting for Easter, but we're not really from a very observant culture, I would say. Although I have gone to some Easter services before. I mean, despite being somebody who is not actually religious, there was a time when I was living in places with old and hallowed churches where it was worthwhile just to go to the service. Just as a sense of what was important to local culture. Actually, I think the last time I would have attended an Easter service would have been in St. Paul's Cathedral in London, which, it's partly kind of a tourist thing almost, but with a much less tourist atmosphere than when you were just visiting the site for the exhibits or the building. But to actually see it being used for one of its intended purposes, for Easter Mass. Anyway, let's put this here. But yeah, you can tell that a lot of people were also kind of there to just sort of experience Mass at St. Paul's, regardless of whether they had any kind of religious background, just to sort of be inside the building and to, admire the artwork on the ceiling and on a dome, I should say, under the dome. Admire the architecture of Christopher Wren. Yeah, still not making that final shell. I do need to learn how to make that final shell, or it's going to give me grief when I finally string the level together. Apart from your grandmother coming over. I'm glad that pandemic conditions in your part of the world have relaxed enough to permit that kind of thing. We actually just re-entered a state of lockdown. We had to cancel family plans for this weekend. That was unfortunate. But over here, we're getting hit somewhat harder than I expected. I was, not really paying attention because vaccine rollout has been going on and hearing about people, including family members, getting their shots, etc. And it's very easy to just tune out of that and become complacent. And, here I am just spending the last month mostly playing Super Mario. And not really watching the case numbers so much anymore because I didn't think they would tell me anything that interesting day to day, and I didn't realize that the medical situation here has actually gotten out of control quite quickly. Because yeah, people kind of underestimated how hard we'd be hit with another wave just as vaccinations were starting to roll in. I mean, we're relatively safe here. We're staying indoors a lot to play Mario Maker, apparently, but... Oops. Yeah. It will be very interesting to look back at the sort of long 2020 of the COVID-19 pandemic and, remember where you were in history at a time, which in my case was mostly on Twitch. I keep missing that bounce. Keep failing to anticipate it, rather, because I do a shell release and I just am trained at that point to hold down jump out of the shell release because, of course, that's the main thing that was my roadblock to learning how to Kaizo. And because I'm doing that, I'm not releasing the jump early enough to bounce onto spring a second time, and so now I'm kind of overcorrecting for Kaizo technique in some ways. So the spring there is actually a pretty interesting obstacle because of that, because you do have to make that sudden adjustment to letting go of the jump button. It's very satisfying to do successfully, so. Okay, bad release there. But yeah, I would at least like to demonstrate the final jump here, even if I don't spend much time beyond that to find this out. Yeah, it's been nice to start this session a little bit early and get nice, long, chunky queue in, even if I did spend far too much time on some levels along the way. Definitely still not able to go as long as I used to some of the streams in 2020, but somehow we've maintained the commitment to getting through the queue, even if it was with the mild exploit of taking long enough to scare people away and have them go offline, or just fall asleep on me, which will sometimes happen. And okay, let's keep going. You basically just finished your level. Are you asking me to take a peek at it now? Is that the thing that is being implied? Like, would you rather have me exit and switch? Or... Or is this something that you'd prefer me to do off-stream? I'm not exactly sure which stage of the process you're in, if whether you've clear-checked it already, whether you just want a temporary playtest that you'll take down. But it's okay if you just want me to do that offline. I may not do it right away, because this is how I intended to close down the stream. I don't mind taking a brief look at it, if you want it to be something that is broadcast. I don't know, you know, since it's a preview version, if you do want that on stream. I guess you want to see it on video. I mean, that's very much the point, but 1 to 2 attempts? Yeah, we can do that. I'll just kind of stall here until you get the clear check in. And we can finish on that. Hopefully. I don't think I'm very urgently needed yet, but we'll need to log off eventually. Still not making that jump. I'm looking at the marker, and it's definitely kind of offset in such a way that I am supposed to have a slightly longer throw there than I usually am. It's kind of 2 spaces away. If you look at the marker, 2 spaces away rather than 1, and also expecting that the shell is going to drop by 1 tile. I guess I'm not really adjusting for that yet when it comes to how my jump arc is going to be going into that release, given that it is a slightly longer release than the shell jumps leading up to it. Okay. Nope, still missing. And look at that, they even popped the shell at the end. But hey, I actually did manage to get there twice, which... well, plus all the attempts earlier. Nope. Okay, let's take a look. I mean, I can just refresh on your profile, I guess. Since I'm looking at it right away, I guess I'll just take a look at it on the live version. You delete it, you delete it. It actually is a lukewarm motion. Can't see that. I was wondering what that was all about. Okay. Guess we'll just worm the sea. Oh, whoops. Hopefully takes 1 to 2 attempts, yeah. Well, that's 1 attempt. Okay. And, oh, I guess I was supposed to go faster in order to get through this at all, unless there's some other interaction that I need to be aware of. I think I'm just too slow. So it actually is a speed level. I didn't even look at the timer. 40 seconds. Yeah, I guess maybe I do have to paddle a little bit. Water speed run, who would have thought of it? Whoops. I mean, it's obvious from the music that it's a speed run. It's just that the clock is a little bit disguised. So I think it's mostly just unfamiliarity with water speed runs that would lead people to think that it's something a little more patient, especially as they watch some of the early setups. Okay. I mean, obviously there are a lot of players out there whose instinct is to play fast, whereas my instinct is to read the level. And so it might just be an artifact of my playstyle that I'm taking it too slowly. But yeah, luckily enough of a margin of error there that I have time to bump my head on the ceiling. I think the thing that is deceptive, perhaps, is that it is a slowish start. That's okay. Very rare that you see any kind of water speed run that isn't involving the frog, so... Firebar... Surely there's no... No, I have to follow the coin trail, because I was thinking, surely there's no way I'm expected to go through the, one tile in the spikes. I mean, you don't do precision nonsense like that. Oh yeah, we just follow the coins. Nice spacing on the coins, actually, not too busy. I don't know if I was supposed to do those multiple hits there with the on-off switches. It seemed to work out fine, but I was just mostly working on instinct rather than deciphering the correct sequence. Just hitting at every opportunity, assuming that it was going to be correct. Whoops. Wasn't watching the firebar. Yeah, very helpful to have some leniency here, just given the things that can happen when you swim. When you overshoot even slightly. Okay, I have to actually watch the firebars this time, that would be helpful. Yeah, I don't actually have time to read what's going on with the on-off switches. Okay. Oh yeah. And, okay, I'm just a little bit slow because I stalled in that last bit, but... Yeah, I can do this, I just took too long to react to the conveyor belt. And I'm sure I can make some kind of optimization on the multiple on-off switch segment as well, because I feel like I'm still doing that kind of suboptimally, just from not reading it properly. No, that actually is reading it properly. Never mind. And the coin trails are pretty accurate as well as fairly easy to see, so... Progress, yeah. Very much so. Up we go. Hit, hit, hit. I can tell from the firebar that time that I'm... or was a little bit ahead of my previous pace, but... have to be a little more accurate about hitting the blocks. And that turnaround with the trampoline actually reminds me very vaguely of the Yoshi level. Even though it is such a common speedrun trick to be running into springs and deflecting back and forth. Okay, here we go. The artwork from the piranha plants definitely takes up a lot of space even after they are dead. Okay. Yeah, it would be down and down. That's something I can read. And then I should be activating the next claw drop before I follow things down. Okay, now that I'm kind of into the flow of it, I feel like it's pretty decent read. Okay. Who started this lukewarm ocean thing anyway? Was it, it seemed like you were spamming it in chat in some context even before this level was being put together. But I know you had been kind of talking separately about this concept as well, so who knows? Three seconds, yeah. I lost too much time there. I think I can do a lot better. Okay, tap that. Okay, that seems reasonably efficient. Okay, yeah, just getting ahead of the fire is much better. I was actually behind by a whole cycle last time then. Firebar is going to control my entry timing. I was at 7 seconds at a time, which is way ahead of the usual, and it seemed like the firebar was kind of punishing me a little bit for going that fast. Or at least controlling what the maximum time allotted is going to be for the final segment. That there is an upper bound on the coin bit at the end, just from that's being managed. Okay, once again, same sort of early cycle as last time. Yeah, that's okay, I just needed to stall a little bit behind it. It's not really that much of an issue, except... yeah. Too slow there, yeah. I'm supposed to go over an earlier Potable, okay. Yeah, I guess that's from the sort of up and down bit with the coins. So I was supposed to be ahead of that firebar gate. Okay. Yeah, there we go. And of course all of that is going to be synchronized with the law drop. And then I get ahead of this gate, and still a little bit too slow. Yeah, I think it takes a while to get to the point where you're punished for being slow, though, just because the firebar is the thing that's controlling the timing there. Okay. Shouldn't be difficult to reproduce right timings, at least. There we go. Nope. Now I'm just ignoring the coins and going under, huh? Am I really? Maybe so. I mean... yeah, you know how I play when it comes to doing anything involving marking systems, even though coins are much better than most because at least they're kind of consistent with how things are usually signified in Mario games. Okay, here we are. Nope, too slow. Yeah, I guess that global nature of firebars does mean that even minor fluctuations early on can punish me much later. Okay. I felt reasonably brisk. Whether it actually is something I'll have to find out. Nope. Kind of knew I would be in trouble there with the final curve. Used a conveyor to boost myself, huh? I'll have to think about that. I've been mostly keeping my finger off the run button because I can't really tap the B button while holding the Y button down at the same time, so... and there's so much tapping here from the paddling, just to keep my height under control. So it's quite possible that in some flat segments, I'm losing too much speed. Right before that last firebar part. Okay, that's not that part. That is something else. There we go. Yeah, hopefully I can see this through. I don't know how much longer I can stay, but we'll just try to make this happen. And off. Go. Nope, hugging that a little bit too close. That's right, plenty of room for improvement. Plenty of room. And there we go. Okay, tap, tap, tap. And this is all looking okay so far. Yeah, actually riding the conveyor, that would have been smart. But, yeah, coming a little bit tight there anyway. That's okay, yeah, it's hopefully a useful playtest. But I see what you mean about riding the conveyor. I had not even thought about that previously for some reason. I don't think I was paying enough attention to really have it register with me as something I needed, since I was making it through the gate anyway. Yeah, so I should dip onto the forward conveyors whenever possible just to get a tiny little boost. Okay. Up we go. And yeah, so far so adequate. Yeah, should spend more time on the conveyors in general, I guess. Okay. Here we are. And that's a clear. GC. Good, trying to think of a C word that would be appropriate to this. And I'm just at a complete loss for it. So, thank you for first clear on this temporary copy. Anyway, it's good to clear something to finish out today. And yeah, we actually did manage to make a decent amount of progress on the shell level as well. Just one jump shy of doing the entirety of part 2, which is a lot better than I expected. So, anyway, that is going to be pretty much all for this stream. Oh, I don't know what part in particular you had a problem with. Oh, you mean the GC, yeah. That's okay. That's how we know it's a temporary copy. That I won't be able to clear. I won't be able to keep, rather, my first and only clear. I've clearly been running long enough that I'm losing the ability to speak. That might be a sign that it is, in fact, a good time to not only stop, but scan around for a raid so we can pass you all on to somebody else who's providing excellent Super Mario Maker Easter services. And we just scan around very quickly and see who is up as a possible pick. But in the meantime, thank you for watching one of our longer viewer level streams in recent memory, and for sticking it through. Thank you to anybody who submitted who is still hanging around after all this time, as well as anybody who has just been sitting back and watching or lurking or doing whatever else it is you do. Always very grateful to people who think that it is worthwhile to have this channel on in the background, in the foreground, or anywhere else. So, take care. Thanks for watching. Stick around if you want to raid. But in the meantime, it'll be a good night, morning, afternoon, happy Easter if you do celebrate, and fare thee well.